Chapter 1086. Who? Who are you? The 5 flying blades were instantly shattered. Li Yanqing's expression changed drastically. Lu Wuiyue and the other human experts were also stunned. Countless pairs of bewildered eyes stared at the simple and unadorned 7-string zither in Bai Qinyu's hands. It's the 7 wounds zither. I'm afraid this person's identity is extraordinary. Humph, no wonder she doesn't dare to show her face. Is she afraid that we'll see through her identity? Everyone discussed in low voices. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Wuiyue and Li Yanqing looked at each other and nodded. Then a violent and powerful aura erupted from both of them, and the 2 of them attacked Bai Qinyu from the left and right. However, Bai Qinyu had no intention of dodging at all. He held the zither with his left hand and slanted it, while the fingers of his right hand lightly plucked the strings. The light and melodious melody was like the meeting of a mountain forest and a spring. Then a few transparent butterfly petals flew out from Bai Qinyu's fingertips. Swish, swish, swish! The butterfly petals were extremely fast, and they flew toward Lu Wuiyue and Li Yanqing like a shuttle that had traveled through thousands of years. The 2 of them flashed and dodged the butterfly petals. Child's play! Lu Wuiyue harumphed coldly, and the colorful dress around her body also began to shine with brilliant light. 6 colored flames rose up into the air before surging forth like a raging tsunami. Screech! A loud and piercing phoenix cry rang out, and a pair of shadow wings that were over 1,000 feet in length quickly shot forth from within the flames. It whistled through the sky with a fierce momentum. The shadow wing was like the clone of a divine bird, and it left behind a huge wave in the air. On the other side, Li Yanqing's eyes had also turned into red dots. His long hair was like snow, and he wielded a 10-feathered saber with both hands. He swung it horizontally in a domineering manner, and a 1,000-meter-long saber radiance slashed forward with the power to split open the heavens. The combined attack of 2 prodigies with sacred bloodlines was truly earth-shattering. The surrounding demonic beasts were all forced back by this piercing aura. The shadow wings slashed, and the 1,000-meter-long saber radiance swept forward. Bai Qinyu's playing speed suddenly increased, and the clear melody became extremely high-pitched. The fast rhythm was like a torrential storm. Buzz! A piercingly cold sound wave surged out, surging like a mountain. Whoosh! Accompanied by the roaring of the cold wind, the music that was released actually took on a substantial form. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, it was as if the air had converged, and a dozen transparent guards holding long spears and heavy halberds suddenly appeared in the void. The cold and murderous aura was like that of a dead undead warrior that had been summoned again. The transparent guards immediately launched their attacks, brandishing their weapons to meet the powerful attacks unleashed by Lu Wuiyue and Li Yanqing head-on. Boom! Bang! Intense forces collided head-on, and a violent and astonishing energy storm immediately swept out. The collision between the power of the 2 sacred bloodlines and the might of the divine tools immediately swept through the sky, like the fusion of a tsunami of stars. A rain of fire swept across the sky, and a dozen or so piercingly cold undead warriors charged down like a hot knife through butter. They were like frenzied sharks that had broken through the waves of the sea, splitting apart the 2 attacks and directly charging toward Li Yanqing and Lu Wuiyue. Both of them were a little surprised. Following that, an even more powerful aura erupted, and a fierce palm wind was set off once again. Boom! The airflow was like a surging wave, and the frenzied power surged down like a raging wave, shattering the oncoming undead warriors. Who is this person? How can she unleash the power of the 7 harms zither to such an extent? Looks like things are going to get a little tricky. Let's force our way through. I don't believe that she can stop so many of us by herself. Everyone's eyes flickered with a cold light. Lu Wuiyue and Li Yanqing looked at each other, and they also saw the cautiousness in each other's eyes. The two of them then glanced at Li Yuanliang and Xiao Meng, who were fighting behind them. The two of them were currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Crimson Dragon Demon Lord and the Blood Bat Demon Lord. The two demon lords were very powerful, and even with the power of their sacred bloodlines, they couldn't end the battle in a short period of time. Furthermore, they didn't know the true cultivation level of this mysterious, masked woman. Li Yanqing frowned slightly, and he said to Lu Weiyue in a low voice, "Let's retreat for now. The demon race has definitely sent more than 2 demon lords. Even if we reach the demon god's tomb, we won't be able to handle them." "Humph." Lu Weiyue snorted coldly and replied decisively, "It's obvious that she's stalling for time. I'm afraid something has happened in the demon god's tomb. Otherwise, why haven't the other demon lords appeared yet? If we retreat now, it's exactly what they want." Li Yanqing's eyes narrowed, and his gaze swept toward the center of the immortal and devil tomb. The demonic aura that filled the sky and earth became denser and denser. It covered the sky and earth like a vast, chaotic sea of stars and clouds. Beams of red light that emitted powerful energy flowed freely, and the dazzling runes that circled the sky and earth were gorgeous and eye-catching, like star souls that decorated the chaotic void. Li Yanqing nodded. "You're right, we can't let the demon race have their way." After saying that, the two of them straightened their postures again, and a majestic true essence aura surged. Looking at the people who were unwilling to give up, Bai Qinyu nodded slightly, and faint ripples appeared in her clear eyes behind the mask. Then she raised her left hand, and the 7 damages zither floated in front of her. She put both hands on the body of the zither, and her slender, jade-like fingers gently stroked the strings. Her 10 fingers strummed, and in an instant a melodious and lively melody spread through the sky above the abyss like a gentle breeze flowing through the mountain stream. The formless melody was very pleasant to listen to. However, the impact it brought was especially strong. With Bai Qinyu at the center, the surrounding space distorted, and it fell into a state of gentle ripples. When the sound of the zither entered their ears, Lu Weiyue, Li Yanqing, and the others immediately felt the blood in their bodies churn and their minds tremble. The true essence they gathered seemed to have encountered an invisible impact, and it became abnormally scattered. "Damn it. This zither music can disturb the mind," Li Yanqing cursed in a low voice. The 7 damages zither could materialize force to kill people, and it could also hurt people invisibly. Under such circumstances, being unable to quickly gather true essence was undoubtedly fatal. Even Lu Weiyue and Li Yanqing were affected, let alone the others. Everyone seemed to be drunk, and their bodies swayed as if they were stuck in an invisible quagmire. The vast horde of beasts pounced on them, and they had no power to fight back at all. The fluttering sound immediately enveloped the entire sky above the abyss. Following that, even Li Yuanliang and Xiao Meng were affected. Bam! The scarlet dragon demon, Sovereign, lashed out with its claws, and the air was torn apart. Its huge, hook-shaped claws seemed to have the power to split the sky. Li Yuanliang, who should have been evenly matched, was forced back this time. "What are you doing? What are you waiting for?" Li Yuanliang shouted loudly. Lu Weiyue and Li Yanqing's expressions darkened. The other party's roar really annoyed them. "You cover me." Li Yanqing shouted coldly. After saying that, he forcibly gathered a vigorous true essence, and then burst forth with great speed, like a deep-sea swordfish charging toward Bai Qinyu. The demon beasts that gathered around immediately launched a fierce attack to stop him. The ferocious demon beasts quickly gathered and charged. However, before the demon beasts could reach Li Yanqing, balls of 6-colored flames fell from the sky like meteors, raining down on his head. Bam! Bang! One after another, the demon beasts were smashed into pieces by the meteorite flames and exploded into pieces. The sky was filled with a rain of flames, mixed with minced meat. The sky was in chaos. "Very good." A cold glint flashed in Li Yanqing's eyes. Under Lu Wui's cover, he rushed to Bai Qinyu as fast as he could. The power of the ghost cultivator's sacred body was like an erupting tsunami. Li Yanqing held his saber with both hands, and 1,000-meter saber light soared into the sky. I want to see who exactly you are. The moment the saber was drawn, the weather changed. The gigantic saber light slashed down with the force of splitting a mountain, and the chaotic airflow in the world was pushed to the sides. One saber, one technique, all domineering. However, in the face of Li Yanqing's shocking saber, Bai Qinyu acted as if she did not hear it. She did not even have any intention of dodging. Her slender and fair fingers were still playing the zither in front of her with a light rhythm. Rumble! In an instant, the sky lost its color, and the saber waves surged into the sky. A huge golden light screen appeared out of nowhere in front of Bai Qinyu like a mirage. The 1,000-meter-long blade, glow, solidly smashed into the light curtain that flickered with brilliant symbols. Light blossomed like rain. Li Yanqing's powerful blade was shattered bit by bit in front of many pairs of eyes that were filled with shock. It broke into pieces inch by inch and immediately exploded in the empty space. What? Li Yanqing's pupils constricted, and he frowned. She blocked it again. At this moment, even the 10-feathered demon saber, who possessed the extraordinary sacred body, could not help but feel a sense of defeat. We must snatch the 7 damages zither from her hands. Lu Wei said coldly. 7 damages zither? Li Yanqing shook his head. How was he supposed to snatch it? He could not even get close to her, let alone stop her from playing the zither. Boom! Suddenly, at this moment, the originally chaotic world was suddenly swept up by a violent gale, and the wind rose and clouds surged, dark clouds churned in the sky, and a huge nebula vortex the size of a millstone covered the entire sky above the abyssal canyon without any warning. What was going on? Everyone was shocked. Even the red dragon demon venerable, the blood bat demon venerable, Li Yuanliang and the Shao Alliance subconsciously became alert. Buzz, without any warning, along with the gathering and trembling space, a huge black beam of light suddenly fell from the sky, like a divine punishment piercing through the heavens in the process of moving. The inside of the black light pillar rapidly transformed into an illusory giant sword. The giant sword was very wide, and its blade flashed with countless mysterious and complicated runes. The target of the giant sword was none other than Bai Qinyu, who was playing the 7 damages zither. Its aura was monstrous and majestic like a mountain. Bai Qinyu raised her head, and behind the mask there was a hint of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. With a loud bang, the giant light pillar, like a divine sword, directly hit Bai Qinyu's elegant and otherworldly figure. The vast and mighty black chi waves were like a rippling nebula, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, sweeping in all directions. In an instant, the zither music that reverberated between heaven and earth came to an abrupt stop. Amidst the violent airwaves, the graceful figure that was like a spirit butterfly suddenly fell down. There were no obvious wounds on Bai Qinyu's body, but what was shocking was that her aura was rapidly converging. Wisps of black light swirled around her body and then merged into her body. In the next instant, the true yuan that Bai Qinyu released was completely suppressed, and she could not use any power at all. That is, Li Yuanliang clenched his fists, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It can't be wrong. Young Master Qingqing. Shao Alliance's voice was deep, and his eyes were filled with caution. He uttered a few words. The Xianyuan sealing technique. The Xianyuan sealing technique? Upon hearing this name, everyone's heart was filled with fear. Chapter 1087. The Xianyuan sealing technique. Upon hearing this name, everyone present felt their hearts tremble. Even Li Yuanliang, 10-feathered demonic blade Li Yanqing, Lu Wei, young Master Qingqing, and the other members of the Shao Alliance revealed expressions of shock and solemnity. Even people from that place are here to join in the fun. Rumble! Wind and thunder roared, and heaven and earth lost their color. Above the ninth heaven, a nebulous storm like a giant millstone stirred up the stars. The giant beam of light that looked like a divine sword pierced through the sky and swept up a majestic aura. Along with the music that stopped abruptly, the turbulent airwaves poured down. Under everyone's gaze, the true essence aura released by Chinyu seemed to be imprisoned and immediately suppressed. Strands of dark light patterns interweaved around her body, forming a series of strange sealing runes and secret spells. In an instant, the true essence in Bai Chenyu's body seemed to fall into a state of stillness, unable to be mobilized at all. Rumble! Before everyone could recover from their astonishment, another violent energy fluctuation that was comparable to the onslaught of a storm shrouded the void. Waves of dazzling light bloomed through the rolling clouds. Red Dragon Demon Venerable and Blood Bat Demon Venerable's expressions changed drastically. Oh no, Miss Bai is in danger. Without saying a word, the two immediately broke away from their respective battles. Red Dragon Demon Venerable burst out with a monstrous red light, while Blood Bat Demon Venerable released a bat path and rushed toward the area whereby Chinyu was at the fastest speed possible. However, although their reactions were fast enough, they were still a step too late. The airflow of heaven and earth trembled violently, and strong winds poured down. Another black beam of light with rolling airwaves fell from the sky, with the power to pierce through heaven and earth, and attacked by Chinyu again. The violent and powerful aura was like a divine pillar descending from the sky. At this moment, Bai Chinyu fell powerlessly toward the deep ravine below. Imprisoned by the flowing dark light patterns outside her body, like a swallow in a cage, the rapidly falling beam of light showed its destructive power. Bai Chenyu's falling speed was far slower than the speed of the beam of light, and the distance between the two was shrinking rapidly. Her beautiful figure was as light as a butterfly in the wind. She gently raised her head, and a hint of hesitation appeared in her eyes behind the mask. But at this critical moment, an incomparably heavy and earth-shattering noise reverberated in the void, and a vast and mighty airwave rippled like an exploding tsunami in the sky above Bai Chinyu, sweeping in all directions. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Everyone's pupils constricted, and a look of shock appeared on their faces. A purple light shield flickering with dazzling runes and exuding a demonic aura suddenly appeared in front of Bai Chinyu, just like the black pillar of light that attacked her. There was no warning. What was going on? Who was it? Swish! Almost at the same time, a dark blue bolt of lightning streaked across the sky above the abyss ravine. After that, a swift and fierce figure shrouded in purple light suddenly flashed to Bai Chenyu's side. A strong and powerful arm swiftly stretched out, gently grasping her wrist, and pulled her to his side. Let's go! Before Bai Chinyu could react, Chu Hen supported her, stepped into the air, and retreated against the majestic storm of energy above them. The sudden turn of events surprised everyone present. It's that guy again. Song Hao, the genius of the Qi Shao Pavilion, shouted subconsciously. Wu Xiu of the Hanyun sect also frowned and said, "This is the second time." Even the Crimson Dragon Demon Lord and the Bloodbat Demon Lord looked at each other in astonishment, and at the same time they heaved a sigh of relief and immediately rushed toward the two of them. Humph! Lu Wuiyue snorted disdainfully. She was a little surprised. She thought that Chu Hen had already taken advantage of the chaos to escape, and she didn't expect him to still dare to stay here. Now, he even dared to openly help the demon race. He was simply ignorant and arrogant. Lu Wuiyue's eyes turned cold. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. This time, even the gods can't save you. After saying that, Lu Wuiyue made a hand seal with both hands, and as 6 colored flames rose up, an extremely scorching wave was set off in the void again. Rumble! In the next instant, a dazzling fireball that was as dazzling as the sun shot across the sky, and like a falling star or a meteorite, It directly attacked Chu Hen and Bai Chuyu. The huge pressure caused the air to cave in and the space to distort. The suffocating pressure surged down from all directions. Boom! The power of the sacred body of 6 flames hit the chaotic energy storm above and the purple light barrier. The already cracked punishment shield exploded in the void with a bang, like a piece of glass, and turned into millions of crystal fragments. Scorching shock waves filled the sky and the earth, mixed with the aftermath of the power just now, swept across the sky in all directions. The terrifying power tore the space apart, and it surged toward the 2 of them like a torrent. Chu Hen, who didn't have time to escape the range of the shockwave, couldn't help but change his expression. In the face of the powerful shockwave, Chu Hen's eyes flashed with determination. He gritted his teeth and immediately turned around to shield Bai Qinyu. In an instant, the 2 of them faced each other. Chu Hen's handsome face, which was filled with anxiety but not fear, was reflected in the eyes behind the mask. It was like a feather landing on a calm surface of water, and faint ripples spread out. Bai Qinyu seemed to be in a daze. Even though Chu Hen's movement speed and reaction had reached the most perfect level, he still couldn't move. However, under the interference of the 2 chaotic energies, Chu Hen's aura was astonishingly greatly restricted. In merely the next second, the earth-shattering berserk shockwave struck Chu Hen's back like a mountain. Bang! Chu Hen's body shook violently. His face instantly turned pale, and a stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Following that, the majestic force directly sent the 2 of them flying down. Damn it! The scarlet dragon demon, Venerable, shouted angrily. A powerful aura erupted from his body as he chased after them. At the same time, Li Yuanliang, the Shao Alliance, Li Yanqing, and many other human race geniuses also quickly launched their pursuit. This was the best opportunity to chase after them. A powerful aura that was as powerful as a mountain rapidly approached from behind. However, Chu Hen and Bai Qinyu could not help but fall into the deep ravine below. The inertia that the 2 of them endured was unusually strong. The rapid whistling of air currents continuously roared in their ears. The deep ravine below was incomparably dark, and the remaining demonic aura emitted waves of bone-chilling coldness. Humph! It's just nice to be buried together with that demonic thing. The 10-feathered demon blade Li Yanqing looked at the 2 of them, who were about to fall into the abyss, with a look of contempt. Then he waved his hands, and 10 feather blades shot out from his 10 fingers. The extremely sharp flying blades tore through the air, turning into 10 solid and dazzling beams of light that pierced through the sky. For example, as the 10 beams of aurora moved, the aurora instantly merged into one, condensing into a majestic divine beam of light. This beam of light emitted the power to pierce through mountains. Feeling the destructive aura chasing after them, Chu Hen frowned. He immediately put his arms around Bai Qinyu's shoulders and said in a low voice, "Hold on tightly to my hand." Whoosh! With that, an even more gorgeous purple light pattern blossomed in Chu Hen's body. The interweaving purple light covered Chu Hen's body and quickly turned into solid armor, punishment shield, a powerful armor refined with the power of a 5-star demonic eye. Under such circumstances, Chu Hen had no other choice. He could only plan to take Li Yanqing's killing move head-on. Bai Qinyu did not speak. She only looked at the young man in front of her quietly through the mask. She knew very well how big the difference in cultivation between Chu Hen and Li Yanqing was. Just in terms of realm, they were not on the same level. If this attack landed, Chu Hen would definitely be seriously injured. It was a very special feeling. They had only met twice. Yet, they owed each other more and more. Xing! The cold and merciless huge beam of light fell, the sharp edge causing a stabbing pain in Chu Hen's back. The dazzling light of death illuminated the deep valley below. The aura of destruction enveloped the 2 of them. Suddenly, at this moment, Bai Qinyu tilted her head slightly and looked away. She looked behind Chu Hen. Buzz! Along with a burst of strange energy fluctuations, Bai Qinyu's pupils suddenly turned into a pure and holy golden color, and a supreme monarch's aura gushed out, the space-twisted and white light patterns intertwined. Mysterious and complicated runes appeared. At the same moment that the beam of light was about to hit the two of them, a dazzling talisman formation suddenly appeared behind Chu Hen. A blinding white light bloomed. Bang! There was an earth-shattering sound. The huge, demonic blade beam of light hit the area where the two of them were. An incomparably heavy storm of energy surged between the valley. The mighty aftershock swept across the land. Countless beams of light shot out. The steep cliffs around them cracked layer by layer. The peaks of the mountains were all flattened. Chapter 1088. Boom! Chaotic energy swept out like a storm in the abyssal canyon. The powerful and chaotic energy shockwave spread out wantonly. The surrounding mountain walls cracked layer by layer, and the cracks spread up and down like a spider web. Under the sharp light beam, Chu Hen and Bai Qinyu's auras were instantly devoured and turned into nothingness. So weak. 10-feathered blade demon Li Yanqing sneered disdainfully. The rest of the people were shocked as well. How could they be smashed into pieces? Not even a trace was left. Apart from being surprised, the people could not help but secretly marvel at Li Yanqing's strength. Li Yuanliang and the rest of the people from the Shao Alliance looked at each other. They could not help but feel confused. Li Yanqing's attack was indeed powerful, but it was not enough to kill the two of them. After all, Bai Qinyu had single-handedly stopped Lu Yue and Li Yanqing. However, the scene was too chaotic. There were all kinds of messy energy mixed in, so the people present could not see the exact situation. Judging from the surface, Li Yanqing's last attack had indeed hit the two of them. There was no doubt about that. What a stupid thing. Lu Yue sneered. She did not doubt that the two of them were dead. With Chu Hen's cultivation base, it was impossible for him to withstand Li Yanqing's killing move. Although the woman's identity was mysterious, without the 7 damages zither, she would not be able to do anything. Moreover, her power was sealed by the Xianyuan seal. Without being able to use her true origin energy, she was no different from an ordinary person. Li Yanqing's attack was enough to kill the two of them instantly. Frost filled the sky, and the cyclone was like a cloud. The red dragon demon Venerable and the blood bat demon Venerable looked at each other and saw the deep meaning in each other's eyes. Roar, a dragon roar that shook the heavens, resounded in all directions. The scarlet dragon demon Venerable soared into the sky and roared, "Retreat!" The blood bat demon Venerable did not have the slightest intention to continue fighting. His body turned into countless blood-colored bats and flew away. The majestic beast horde was like a black wave as they quickly retreated from the mountains. Like a swarm of bees, they quickly gathered at the location of the demon god's tomb. Naturally, the human experts would not give up such a good opportunity. Li Yuanliang raised his head and looked at the sky. There seemed to be a pair of mysterious eyes staring at this region from the turbulent void. Chase! Go! Everyone's morale soared, and they no longer had the slightest apprehension. In the center of the tomb of immortals and devils, demonic qi soared into the sky, and the thick fog that covered the sky and earth was like a 1,000-year sandstorm. Tomb of the Demon Emperor, tomb of immortals and demons. A chaotic race war seemed to be about to begin. At this very moment, after a series of distortions in space, several muffled sounds rang out in the air. After several collisions, Chu Hen fell heavily to the ground, the rubble shattered, and Chu Hen's back was dragged on the ground for dozens of meters before he could stop. If not for the armor of punishment, Chu Hen's back would have been badly mutilated. Even so, a string of sparks continued to burst out from the ground. The moment he landed on the ground, Chu Hen let out a heartfelt sigh of relief. Finally stopped. "Miss Qinyu, how are you?" Immediately, Chu Hen looked down at Bai Qinyu, who was protected in front of him. She quietly leaned against Chu Hen's chest, and the two leaned against each other in a rather ambiguous posture. The faint fragrance of her hair was very pleasant. Bai Qinyu gently raised her head, and their eyes met through the mask. Chu Hen's heart trembled slightly. His throat seemed to be blocked by something, and his lips were faintly dry. He knew that behind the mask was a peerless face that could bring calamity to a country and people. At the same time, Chu Hen's heart surged with guilt. He quickly looked away and released his hands from Bai Qinyu's shoulders. The corners of Bai Qinyu's eyes slightly curved, as if she was smiling. She said, "I thought you didn't want to let go." Chu Hen smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, I forgot. The one who should say sorry is me. I dragged an outsider like you into this mess again." As Bai Qinyu spoke, she sat up. Chu Hen also crawled up from the ground. Traces of pain faintly came from the various meridians within his body. He faintly frowned, then said, "This is really strange. We're actually fine." Then, on second thought, it was obviously because of Bai Qinyu. Thinking back at the critical moment just now, Chu Hen clearly sensed a mysterious and powerful aura released from Bai Qinyu's body. Then, something similar to teleportation happened. "Is it spatial teleportation?" Chu Hen asked. "Yes, it's a kind of power of my bloodline boundary," Bai Qinyu answered calmly. She didn't seem to be too guarded against Chu Hen, and at the same time, she raised her head and looked around. Bloodline boundary? Chu Hen couldn't help but be shocked. A bloodline boundary that could change the position of space. What kind of power was that? Before Chu Hen could ask more, Bai Qinyu's puzzled voice sounded again. "But I don't quite understand. How did we get transferred here?" "Here?" Chu Hen was startled once again. He also subconsciously investigated the surrounding situation. It would have been fine if he didn't look, but once he did, he was even more surprised. Presented in front of the two was a world shrouded in endless darkness. Dreamy darkness. The sky was gloomy, chaotic, and hazy. Wide stone bridges stretched across the road in front of them, and under the crisscrossing stone bridges was the bottomless, dark abyss region. All kinds of strange stalactites stood at the edge of the cliff. Through the hazy fog on the opposite side of the stone bridge, one could vaguely see the outline of a strange building. Where was this? Their hearts were filled with confusion. "Let's go take a look," Chu Hen said after a little hesitation. After speaking, he turned to look at Bai Qinyu, only to see that the other's movement was slightly slow, and he looked a little weak. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, just my true yuan was sealed." Just that his true yuan was sealed, and his indifferent tone sounded like he didn't care at all. Chu Hen was stunned, and only then did he remember that when he was outside, that sword-shaped light pillar suddenly fell from the sky. Li Yuanliang and the Shao Alliance called it the Xianyuan sealing technique. Although Chu Hen didn't know anything about it, from Bai Qinyu's state and the shocked expressions of those people, he could tell that the person who used the Xianyuan sealing technique definitely had a great background. "Can I help?" Chu Hen asked. Bai Qinyu shook her head. "With your level of cultivation, you still can't undo this level of seal." "Don't worry, I can undo it myself. How long do you need?" "I could have done it very quickly, but I used the space teleportation technique outside just now and used up a lot of my stored energy, so I still need a little more time," Bai Qinyu replied. Chu Hen was stunned. In that case, he actually helped instead of helped. Previously, when they were outside, Bai Qinyu could have handled it himself. If he hadn't interfered, Bai Qinyu wouldn't have used up a lot of energy to save one more person, causing the remaining true yuan to be unable to undo the seal. "I'm very sorry," Chu Hen said apologetically. "There's no need to apologize. I'm very grateful that you risked your life to help me." Bai Qinyu looked up at him. Bai Qinyu's words made Chu Hen feel even more ashamed. To be honest, under that kind of situation, his actions were very impulsive. But no matter what, Bai Qinyu had helped him twice in a row. He couldn't just watch Bai Qinyu fall into danger without doing anything. I hope my recklessness won't ruin your plans, Chu Hen said. The demon clan is not as weak as you think. Moreover, this has nothing to do with me. I only promise them to help. As for whether they can successfully take away the demon emperor's remains, I don't really care. Moreover, I don't think I can deal with the person who cast the Xianyuan sealing tactic. Duan Lingtian said, based on Bai Qinyu's tone, this trip to the tomb of immortals and devils was purely to help, and the outcome had little to do with her. Chu Hen could not help but feel even more puzzled. Who exactly was this person? She seemed to have some relationship with the demon clan, but she seemed indifferent. Although he had doubts in his heart, Chu Hen still suppressed his curiosity. Let's go, Bai Qinyu said. Chu Hen nodded and said no more. After that, the two of them stepped onto the stone bridge ahead with caution and many doubts. Since Bai Qinyu's power was temporarily sealed, Chu Hen walking in front was completely unconscious. This small detail made Bai Qinyu trust Chu Hen even more. The crisscrossing roads were three-dimensional bridges and buildings. The abyss on both sides was bottomless, and there was only endless darkness. The few stone bridges along the way were especially peaceful. The caution in the two of them's hearts was greatly reduced. Very soon, the last wide stone bridge appeared under their feet. When they turned their heads, it was already heavy and dark fog behind them. At the end of the stone bridge, the two of them saw an ancient city that was as majestic as a palace. However, the aura of time hit them head-on. The luxurious and tall palaces exuded a sense of vicissitudes of time. In the center of the palace stood huge stone pillars that seemed to support the sky. Looking from afar, the stone pillars were carved with many images of sinister monsters. There was an evil dragon that looked like a giant lizard, a fierce tiger with 6 eyes, a merman with a human body and a fish head, and an eagle with a pair of wings on its back and an abyssal mouth. The number of stone pillars was exactly the same. There were exactly 24 of them, and the images carved on the stone pillars were none other than the 24 demon blood guards that they had seen outside. Whoosh! It sounded like the wind blowing through the fog. The dense fog that shrouded the palace was like a huge curtain being slowly lifted. In the center of the 24 stone pillars, an incomparably huge stone statue slowly emerged from the fog. It was a colossal object that emitted an endless aura of darkness. When its full appearance was gradually revealed, Chu Hen's pupils contracted, and his expression changed again and again. That is, Yama King! Bai Qinyu softly spat out the same surprised voice. Chapter 1089. That is, Yama King. Hearing Bai Qinyu's answer, Chu Hen's heart was in turmoil. A chilling aura penetrated deep into his bones like an icicle. This was an unconcealable shock and fear. Yama King, an overlord of the demon race. His once illustrious reputation caused countless people in the world to tremble in fear. The majestic palace grew taller and taller. The carvings of demons on the 24 huge stone pillars seemed to come to life at any moment. The huge stone statue in the center would occasionally hide in the mist. From afar, it looked like an ancient monster lurking in the darkness. Should we go take a look? Bai Qinyu asked. Chu Hen was startled. His gaze was a little strange as he looked at the other party, then he nodded his head. You seem a little scared? Bai Qinyu chuckled, her eyes slightly curved behind the mask, the corners of her eyes forming a beautiful arc. Chu Hen sniffed and turned his head. I'm not scared. I'm just a little uneasy. After all, Yama King had fallen thousands of years ago. He was a living person. Why would he be afraid of him suddenly crawling out? Of course, it was hard to say. Didn't the 24 demon blood guards climb out of the abyss of death? Therefore, anyone would be respectful and cautious in this unfamiliar place. Didn't you say it was strange? Why are we here? It shouldn't be for no reason. Chu Hen asked with a trace of seriousness. Bai Qinyu looked up and shook her head thoughtfully. I don't know the specific reason, but this is Yama King's demon tomb. There are many hidden restrictions. There were a lot of chaotic battles outside, and it's very likely that we've unknowingly triggered some kind of restriction, which is why we were inexplicably teleported here. Chu Hen nodded in agreement after hearing Bai Qianyu's conjecture. Other than this explanation, he really couldn't think of any other reason. Let's go. I think the exit to leave this place is over there, Chu Hen guessed. Without any hesitation, the two of them stepped onto the stone bridge that led to the ancient palace. This stone bridge was longer than any of the previous bridges. On both sides was the same bottomless abyss, and the dusky atmosphere was incomparably serene. In the dead silence, the sound of footsteps grew louder and louder. This kind of feeling made people worry that countless ferocious monsters and evil beasts would suddenly jump out of the abyss on both sides at any time. The closer he got to the ancient palace, the heavier the invisible pressure Chu Hen felt. The space between Chu Hen's brows was filled with seriousness, and one could even hear the sound of his heartbeat. The innate fear was the clearest. In comparison, Bai Qianyu, who was beside him, seemed to be much calmer. Although her expression couldn't be seen through the mask, it was still possible to see her strong inner qualities from the steady rhythm of her breathing. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to remain so calm in the Sanluo King's demon tomb. Very quickly, the two of them crossed the last stone bridge and safely entered the palace city. It was majestic and imposing. A desolate, ancient, and mysterious aura shrouded the two of them like an unfathomable cold current. The fog in front of them slowly parted, revealing a vast Tao platform in the middle of the 20 giant stone pillars. The Tao platform was clearly layered, and in the center, there was a huge creature that emitted a chilly aura that would never dissipate. The Sanluo King, the overlord of the demon race. The corner of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the giant stone statue in front of him, as if he was facing an insurmountable mountain at the same time. The appearance of the Sanluo King's stone statue appeared in front of the two of them. It looked like a human, but not a human, like a beast, but not a beast. It had a humanoid torso and the limbs of a ferocious beast. Its ferocious fangs were exposed, and there was a domineering horn on its head that covered the area below its eyes. It gave off an extremely mysterious and noble feeling. The Sanluo King's back was covered with branches that constantly branched out. The branches spread out in a very orderly manner, intertwining with each other, forming a pair of incomparably strange giant wings. The wings were close to the ground, like a tree net. Amidst the domineering aura, there were also all sorts of strange demons. Phew! Chu Hen let out a soft sigh of relief and shook his head, inwardly amazed. A centipede died, but did not fall down, and the corpses of tigers and leopards still had lingering power. Even though the Sanluo King had fallen countless years ago, it was still somewhat difficult to look directly at his king's face. This place is so big, and I don't even know where the exit is. Chu Hen muttered to himself. Bai Qianyu looked around, her beautiful eyes flowing. Don't worry, since we can come in, we can definitely go out. Yes. Chu Hen nodded and said, Miss Qianyu, sit here for a while and see if you can unlock the seal in your body. I'll go check it out. Okay. Then Chu Hen walked towards the giant stone pillar below the Tao platform that was engraved with the image of 24 blood demons. Previously, when he was outside according to the resurrection of the 24 blood demon guards, he might be able to find a breakthrough in these stone pillars. The patterns on the stone pillars were vivid and lifelike, and every line was incomparably exquisite. It could be said to be the work of the gods. Was there a restriction to open the exit, or would it trigger an even more dangerous seal? Chu Hen could not help but feel a trace of hesitation in his heart. After all, the situation in the tomb of the immortal and devil was more complicated than he had imagined. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Hen cautiously extended his hand towards the stone pillar in front of him. The first stone pillar was engraved with the image of the white star tiger demon. The tiger demon's 6 eyes opened, and its mouth opened wide, showing its anger. As soon as he touched the surface of the stone wall, a trace of coldness spread through his fingertips, like a cold current that drilled into his bones and instantly spread throughout his body. Chu Hen frowned and subconsciously retracted his finger. His expression also became a little more serious. What a terrifying fiendish aura! He turned around to look at Bai Qinyu, who was sitting on a stone platform behind him, and saw that she was focused on breaking the seal. Then, Chu Hen's attention returned to the stone pillar in front of him. Along with a strange energy wave, Chu Hen's pupil shrank, and then a demonic purple light was released from his eyes. In an instant, the scene in front of Chu Hen showed a special distortion. Space reversed and overlapped with each other. The internal and external structure of the giant stone pillar in front of him was like a three-dimensional picture in front of Chu Hen's eyes. As expected, Chu Hen's heart lit up. Under the detection of the demon eye sacred physique, the energy flowing on the entire stone pillar could be said to be at a glance. He saw a series of complicated runes and numbers covering the top and bottom of the stone pillar. As for Chu Hen, who had already reached the level of a heavenly pattern master, although he could not completely decipher these runes, he could at least judge whether they were dangerous. Let's try to light them up. Looking around at the deathly silent palace, Chu Hen thought for a moment. Then he opened his mud pill palace, and a vigorous Reiki energy instantly surged out. He put one palm on the stone pillar, and the Reiki energy like a spring integrated into it. Dark and desolate runes seemed to be dyed with the light of the setting sun, emitting beautiful light patterns. The enshrouding light was particularly dazzling in the dim environment. Like an activated formation pattern, the mysterious lines wandered up and down the stone pillar like the roots of a dragon. At this moment, Bai Qinyu, who was behind the mask, had already opened his eyes. His gaze behind the mask wasn't on the shining stone pillar, but on the slightly thin and slender back of the figure. Chapter 1090. Buzz, strands of energy fluctuations like ripples on the surface of water, spread out from the huge stone pillar in front of Chu Hen. The gloomy and dark underground palace of the devil's grave suddenly lit up with a soft and beautiful glow. As the Reiki energy was continuously injected into it, the ancient runes on the stone pillar lit up one after another. The light patterns all over the pillar were like wriggling dragon vines, intertwining and spreading. It was as if they were dyed with the holy light of the setting sun, adding a bright color to the desolate underground palace. It works! Chu Hen's heart lit up. He looked up at the lifelike white star tiger pattern on the stone pillar. He didn't sense any dangerous aura, so Chu Hen couldn't help but feel a lot more relaxed. Then he left the spot and walked toward the second stone pillar. The blood demon carved on the second stone pillar was an eagle Taotai. It was a bloodthirsty demon that caused a bloody massacre outside with the power of the Feast of Taotai. Later, it was killed by young Master Qing Cheng, Xiao Meng, and the 10-feathered demon blade Li Yanqing. Chu Hen carefully examined the huge stone pillar in front of him. Under the detection of the demon eye, the overall structure of the stone pillar inside and outside appeared in his sight like a three-dimensional map. The surface of the stone pillar was also covered with many complicated and mysterious runes and numbers. Chu Hen carefully mobilized the Reiki energy in his Naiwan palace and guided it into the stone pillar. Just like before, the runes that were infused with the Reiki energy were like withered vines that drank immortal spring water. They instantly shone brightly and emitted vitality. Lines of intertwining runes of light flowed around the stone pillar, looking dazzling and beautiful. The eagle Taotai, blood demon carved on it, also became especially eye-catching. The beast's eyes that were filled with coldness flashed with scarlet flames. When Chu Hen looked at it, he couldn't help but have the illusion that he was facing a real ferocious demon, as if it would jump out at any time and start a massacre. Then, Chu Hen left the stone pillar in front of him and walked to the next one. The huge underground palace was incomparably quiet. Chu Hen's footsteps would ring out every once in a while. The energy aura originating from the stone pillars formed a strange rhythm in the air that was similar to the ripples of water. The stone pillars beneath the Tao platform glowed with brilliant colors, one after another. The gloomy and dim underground palace gradually became bright and beautiful. The dark, desolate, and ancient building looked even taller and more magnificent against the light. The statue of the Sanluo king standing at the center of the platform became more and more domineering, and the invisible pressure it exuded made Chu Hen feel more or less pressured, however, compared to ordinary people. Chu Hen's mental fortitude was definitely much stronger. While he was observing the stone pillar in front of him, he was also paying attention to the movements around him. He was not anxious at all. As time passed, one giant stone pillar after another blossomed with dazzling light. One mysterious rune after another shone with a luxurious, holy radiance. Very quickly, Chu Hen came to the side of the last stone pillar. The stone pillar was carved with a picture of a giant serpent with a single horn. Desolate Demon, the blood demon guard that carried the power of the desolate domain, the Four Souls. Previously, when he was outside the 1,000 miles of desolate domain, the desolate demon released had always made Chu Hen's heart palpitate. If desolate demon had not been killed by the combined forces of heaven-raising sword finger Li Yuan Liang and fatal elegance Lu Hua, not many of the human experts would have survived. The power of desolates that ignores defense is really domineering. Looking at the picture of desolate demon on the stone pillar, Chu Hen muttered to himself. Immediately after, Chu Hen stretched out both of his arms and gently placed his palms on the surface of the stone pillar. It was still bone-chilling cold, as if he was leaning on an icicle. Buzz, buzz. Thick Reiki energy was released like a tide, and the runes engraved on the stone pillar were like cracks in a dry riverbed. Quickly being filled up by the spirit spring water, more and more Reiki energy was infused into it, and the ancient runes that had been dimmed for thousands of years were like the bulging blood vessels of a vampire. The beautiful and luxurious light patterns constantly emitted a dazzling brilliance. The vine-like patterns, with Chu Hen's palms as the center, intertwined with each other. It was like a slithering serpent, and from a part of it, it instantly covered the entire stone pillar. In a split second, the desolate demon picture on the pillar also shone brightly. A dense gray fog rose up, and the snake eyes that stared at Chu Hen flashed with a green light. Buzz, buzz. At the same time that the runes on the last stone pillar lit up, the entire underground demon tomb began to tremble slightly. It was as if some kind of restriction had been triggered, and a shocking scene suddenly appeared. The space trembled and the cyclone spun. The 24 stone pillars all exploded with a dazzling brilliance at the same time. The blood demon guards engraved on the stone pillars were strangely distorted, as if they were living creatures that were about to break through their shackles, and let out a series of low, demonic roars. Roar! Roar! Just as Chu Hen was about to retreat to Bai Qianyu's side, the complicated runes on the stone pillars began to spread rapidly along the ground, to the stairs, and then to the platform in the center. The intertwining runes surged toward the platform and gathered in front of the Sanluo King's statue. Rays of strange light shone on the underground palace, which had never seen the light of day. It was as if an ancient restriction had been activated, and in the blink of an eye, a mysterious talisman array appeared on the platform where the Sanluo King's statue was. The talisman array was connected to the 24 stone pillars below the platform. Light rays flowed in the air, and the runes crisscrossed. It looked like the ground was covered with a colorful spider web. Chu Hen looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment, and then he involuntarily walked toward the platform. Step by step, Chu Hen walked up the stairs. In the huge square of the platform, Chu Hen's body seemed especially small in comparison to the giant stone statue. The invisible overlord's aura filled the air. The Sanluo King was like a king who ruled over the world, quietly watching the young figure that was constantly approaching. Soon, Chu Hen stepped onto the platform, stepping on the gorgeous talisman array. When Chu Hen arrived in front of the Sanluo King statue, there was a slight rhythm in the air. Swoosh! Several golden cyclones gathered in front of Chu Hen, intertwined, and then turned into a light screen. The light screen flickered, and then dimmed, and then became real and then illusory. Under Chu Hen's puzzled gaze, the light screen slowly caved in with the shape of a palm. Looking at the palm, Chu Hen very naturally reached out his right hand, completely without the caution from before. It was as if everything was going according to plan. His right hand and the palm were facing each other, and the distance between them gradually decreased. Just as Chu Hen's palm was about to touch the light screen, an anxious voice came from behind. "Don't!" Bai Qianyu's voice was like the calm wind that passed through the crowd, sweeping away the tiredness and drowsiness. Chu Hen's mind suddenly trembled, as if he had woken up from a dream. What am I doing? Chu Hen's face was blank, as if everything that happened just now was not his intention. However, just as Chu Hen became vigilant and prepared to withdraw from the platform, the light screen in front of him actually moved forward by 0.5 centimeter. In an instant, Chu Hen's palm and the sunken palm print on the light screen almost perfectly stuck together. Suddenly, a cold chill swept across the platform. Chu Hen's expression changed greatly, and an extremely uneasy feeling surged in his heart. Rumble! Heaven and earth trembled, and the surroundings shook. The stone statue of the Yama King, which had been silent for thousands of years, suddenly released a powerful aura. The monstrous demonic aura was like a volcano that had been brewing for countless years and was about to erupt. Billowing demonic mist rose, and countless demonic patterns suddenly appeared on the stone statue. Not good. Bai Qianyu, who was below the platform, also turned pale with fright. The clear, beautiful eyes behind the mask showed anxiety for the first time. She couldn't be bothered to continue attacking the seal on her body, and hurriedly got up and shouted, "Hurry up and leave!" Leave? How could Chu Hen not want to leave? But with great difficulty, he discovered that his legs were like lead and he couldn't move. Whoosh, whoosh! All the ancient runes that covered the platform followed suit and wrapped around Chu Hen's legs, instantly wrapping around his entire body. The dazzling runes were like a huge demon-trapping iron chain, firmly locking Chu Hen on the platform. The demonic aura that erupted from the Yama King's stone statue became increasingly majestic and terrifying, and the surging demonic aura was like a tsunami rushing over. The pair of blood-red eyes on the stone statue suddenly lit up, and 2 blood-red beams shot out. In the next instant, the countless black, demonic patterns on the stone statue were like tens of thousands of sticky silk webs that flowed towards Chu Hen. Ah! In just a few seconds, Chu Hen's entire body was wrapped up by the sticky black silk, and the dense black silk looked like countless small evil creatures that continuously eroded Chu Hen's body. An incomparably domineering power forced its way into his body, and Chu Hen only felt that his 8 extraordinary meridians, flesh, blood, and nerves, and even his bone marrow were about to explode. The intense pain caused Chu Hen's eyes to bulge out of their sockets, and his pupils turned blood red. His distorted face was like that of a ferocious beast. What was more serious was that Chu Hen's mind and divine sense were both invaded, and his consciousness became blurry as he gradually released a heart-palpitating killing aura. "Ah, get out here!" Chu Hen roared angrily. Bang! An incomparably heavy wave of power swept across the Tao platform, and a towering purple light erupted from Chu Hen's body. The formation that bound Chu Hen shattered, and the black demonic patterns that covered Chu Hen's body were all repelled. But in just a second, the demonic patterns that resembled a silk net pounced on him again, and they were like a poison that couldn't be shaken off even if he wanted to. Chu Hen, who had only taken a few steps, fell to the ground with a bang. He used all his strength to tear off the black, demonic patterns on his body, but it was to no avail. Roars and hisses resounded throughout the entire Devil Burial Palace. Endless demonic patterns drilled into Chu Hen's body, and the aura he emitted became ice-cold, evil, Violent, greedy, and murderous, Bai Qinyu could clearly feel that the murderous heart that Chu Hen had suppressed for a few days had awakened, once again. And this time it was even more intense than before. The monstrous, demonic aura shook the entire underground Devil Burial Palace. Chu Hen struggled on the Dao platform like a wild beast, his pupils constricting and expanding. He also erupted with the ferocity, greed, and desire of a demon. Rumble! The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The wind howled. The entire underground palace suddenly fell into a state of collapse. Giant rocks were flipped over and the walls were broken. Deep ravines were all over the Dao platform. The 24 stone pillars were like the pillars that supported the underground Devil Burial Palace, and they shone brilliantly. Hee! Wah! At that moment, a creepy laughter that made one's scalp go numb suddenly rang out. It was like the wailing of ghosts and demons. A dreamy vortex appeared in the huge space. A cold, eerie, and bone-chilling aura spread out. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind whizzed past, and a thick red light surged over. A blood-red space suddenly replaced the dark and gloomy world. Corpses piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like rivers. The floor of the Sunluo King's stone platform was covered with white bones. Bai Qianyu was shocked and confused. Then, something even more shocking happened. The space above the Dao platform twisted, and demonic runes crisscrossed, accompanied by a soul-piercing aura of death. A huge shadow slowly appeared. Bai Qianyu's pupils constricted as he looked at the shadow that was gradually becoming clearer, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. How is this possible? The huge shadow sat on a stone chair, one hand supporting its chin, the other resting on the side, and a 4-leaf sickle soaked in blood by its feet. Endless death aura. It was the majesty of a lord that surpassed the Yama King. Its long white hair was loose, and its face was ferocious. Everything in the world, including billions of living beings, were just lowly ants before it. Its eyes were as black as ink, and there was no white in them. They were like endless abyssal vortexes. It stared at the struggling Chu Hen below, as if it was looking at its most satisfying masterpiece. In my name, the power of Qi Tian, the power of slaughter, the descent of the heretic god, Kik. Its voice entered the ears and struck directly at the soul. The source of great misfortune, the lord of all evil. Chu Hen's eyes were crimson, full of slaughter and destruction. How could this be? Bai Qianyu was even more shocked, and her heart was in turmoil. The power of Qi Tian? Qi Tianling. Is he the one chosen by the heretic god? The one chosen by the heretic god? Bai Qianyu's beautiful eyes trembled. At this moment, she seemed to understand why she and Chu Hen were here. It turned out that it wasn't for no reason. You submit to me, and the world will submit to you. The heretic god's black, vortex-like eyes released a scarlet light, and in an instant, the entire Dao platform bloomed with countless blood-colored patterns. The blood-colored light that permeated the world gathered into Chu Hen's body. The black, demonic patterns that covered Chu Hen's body also took advantage of the situation and merged into his body. An increasingly powerful aura erupted, and the blood vessels all over Chu Hen's body bulged. His tendons became clear, and the temperature plummeted to freezing point. Beams of scarlet light wantonly burst out. An unparalleled aura of rage skyrocketed. Slaughter, greed, and lust expanded at an extremely terrifying speed. A majestic demonic aura surrounded Chu Hen and interweaved into the sky. The huge Dao platform instantly cracked into countless deep cracks, and stones of all sizes were shattered. In his eyes, there was no longer a trace of human emotion. Looking at Chu Hen, who exuded a ferocious aura, and Chu Hen, who was completely suppressed by his inner demon, Bai Qianyu's eyes were filled with regret. She shook her head and said helplessly, "Although I don't want to do this, I can only apologize." After saying that, Bai Qianyu's figure moved like a spirit goose and swept toward Chu Hen on the Dao platform. Buzz. In the process of moving, the clear eyes behind the mask quietly turned holy gold. The fingers of her fair and slender right hand clenched, and with a whoosh, a sharp sword that exuded a holy aura suddenly appeared in her hand. The sharp sword was surrounded by golden light, and an illusory dragon pattern flickered. Her goal was very simple. She wanted to kill Chu Hen before he turned demonic. Bai Qianyu was very clear about the importance of everything that was happening in front of her. Moreover, the demonic Chu Hen was no longer the Chu Hen from before. "I'm sorry." Bai Qianyu gave her final farewell. At the same time, the divine sword in her hand struck out like lightning, and the sword went straight for Chu Hen's heart. The sharp edge of the sword pierced through the demonic aura around it, and a sharp, cold light flashed. But at this moment, Chu Hen suddenly raised his head, and a pair of scarlet eyes surged with the same demonic purple color. Inside the purple pupils, 5 black dots were chasing each other, a pair of golden eyes and a pair of purple pupils. They were so close to each other. Bai Qianyu's heartstrings trembled again, and her gaze on Chu Hen instantly surged with unprecedented complexity. The Demon Eye Clan. It was this extremely short surprise that Chu Hen suddenly let out a beast-like roar from his throat. Roar! In an instant, an incomparably ferocious, baleful qi surged out along with an astonishing purple power. Bai Qianyu, who had not yet completely broken through the Shenyuan seal, was powerless to block this attack. Bang! The golden divine sword in her hand was shockingly sent flying. The ferocious impact poured down all the way. The ground cracked layer by layer, and the rubble turned into powder. Bai Qianyu also followed suit and retreated. Without waiting for her to stabilize herself, a hand that was as strong as a dragon's arm directly grabbed her by the throat. Ugh! Bai Qianyu's pupils shrank, and before she could react, she was heavily pressed to the ground. A circle of vigorous air waves spread out, and a violent aftershock surged, and the mask on Bai Qianyu's face was shaken to the side. Following that, a peerless face that could topple cities and countries was revealed in the air. Creamy white skin seemed to be delicate, a fine nose and cherry lips, and a pair of charming peach blossom eyes surging with panic. But incomparably lovely, but Chu Hen threw himself on Bai Qianyu's body, monstrous and chilling. Let go! Bai Qianyu was almost unable to speak because of Chu Hen's choking. Looking at the pair of purple demonic eyes close at hand, her delicate eyebrows knitted tightly, red lips pursed, and gently shook her head. However, Chu Hen seemed to not hear it, and the demonic aura he released only increased. The killing intent, greed, and desire in his heart were continuously overlaid and vented. He looked at the exquisite face of the peerless beauty below him, and the corners of his mouth slowly curved up in a devilish smile. Bai Qianyu's expression changed greatly. If the aura revealed in Chu Hen's eyes earlier was murderous, then now it was man-eating. "No, don't chew!" Before she could finish speaking, Bai Qianyu's red lips were directly blocked by Chu Hen's. Scorching, savage, domineering, and exceptionally bitter. Bai Qianyu's beautiful eyes widened, and she struggled with all her might. But Chu Hen was like a mountain, making her unable to move. The Shenyuan seal made it difficult for her to mobilize the slightest bit of power. At this moment, Bai Qianyu's mind fell into a blank. This was something she never expected, and she even had the thought of dying. She pinched Chu Hen's arm so hard that her nails dug into his flesh, and she was so helpless that it made one's heart ache. Chu Hen completely ignored this, and his hand stroked back and forth on Bai Qianyu's graceful body. The swelling desire exploded, and he vented it to his heart's content. Every inch of Bai Qianyu's delicate and flawless skin at this moment exuded an irresistible temptation. Buzz, buzz! At the same time, a strange wave of power surged in the void on the other side of the platform. In the dark and gloomy sky, a pair of mysterious and gloomy eyes quietly appeared. The giant eyes seemed to come from the chaotic universe, hidden in the mysteries, and started from the dark river. Crack! Like shattered glass, in the next moment, the huge shadow of the god of evil in front of them burst like a bubble, turning into thousands of crystal shards, and then disappeared between heaven and earth. At the same time that the shadow of the god of evil disappeared, the mysterious eyes did not linger for long, and actually slowly retreated into the vast, chaotic darkness. It was as if nothing had happened. However, the two people below did not notice this at all. The erotic scene was like a dream. Chapter 1091. Tenderness like water, beauty like a dream. Rain of flowers, dew of dew, life 1,000 miles away. The ice-cold stone walls emitted a bone-chilling coldness, and the endless whirlpools kept crushing one's consciousness. It was drowsy and hazy, but it was as comfortable as lying on a bed of cotton. It was like sweet wine and a celestial spring, intoxicating one in a dream. A ray of bright light pierced through the clouds and shone into the gloomy ancient demon grave. One of the beams of light fell on a young man. His eyes were closed, and his breathing was even as he lay on the ground. Sleeping soundly, the soft light shone on his handsome profile, making him look almost transparent. Perhaps he was affected by the light, but the sleeping Chu Hen frowned. His eyelashes moved slightly, and then his eyelids slowly opened. Where am I? With some confusion, Chu Hen blankly sat up from the ground. Not far ahead, a tall and slender figure first came into view. Chu Hen's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously called out, "Miss Chinyu." However, Bai Chinyu didn't seem to hear him. She stood alone beside the broken wall, and in front of her was an abyss at this moment. The Yama King's demon grave had undergone earth-shattering changes. The entire palace had almost collapsed, and the ground was filled with chasms formed by the cracks in the ground. The ancient platform in the middle was also covered in cracks. Most of the 24 stone pillars that stood under the platform had collapsed, and they were scattered on the ground. Even the stone statue of the Yama King, the master of the demon grave, was covered in cracks. The monstrous, demonic aura that permeated the place seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Standing in front of the cliff, Bai Chinyu's hair was as black as ink, and her dress was as white as snow. She was as beautiful as a swan, but there was an inexplicable sadness and faint sorrow in her. She turned around and looked at Chu Hen with indifference. When their eyes met, Chu Hen was slightly startled. Her eyes seemed to contain too many emotions. At the same time, Chu Hen also saw that in Bai Chinyu's hand, there was a sharp sword with dragon patterns flowing around it. Traces of frost intent were emitted from the sword, and there was a dazzling sharpness. The other party wanted to kill him? At this moment, Chu Hen was shocked to find that he was barely clothed. His body was only covered by a thin shirt. Other than that, he had no other clothes on. Pieces of torn clothes were scattered on the ground, like flowers blooming all over the ground, like petals sprinkling down. What happened? Chu Hen furrowed his brows, and then he felt a violent dizziness, like a twisting whirlpool mixed with countless messy memory fragments. Then, all the memory fragments were instantly pieced together, and everything that had happened before appeared in his mind. Shocking! Astonishment! Chu Hen's eyes widened. He once again looked at the tattered clothes on the ground, one of which was stained with a trace of dark red blood. The bright colors were a little dazzling. In that instant, Chu Hen's mind went blank. He raised his head guiltily to look at Bai Chinyu's beautiful face, which was enough to bring disaster to countries and people. He gently shook his head, but he couldn't even say a word of apology. Even the words, "I'm sorry," would be particularly ear-piercing. The two of them looked at each other in silence, one with indifference, the other with guilt. After a long time, Chu Hen took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "I will do everything I can to make it up to you." Bai Chinyu's fingers gripped the sword so tightly that her knuckles were faintly white. She looked at Chu Hen's face, which was as if it had been carved by a knife, but she was surprisingly calm as she replied, "Put on your clothes first, Chu Hen was stunned at first. He thought that she would stab him a few times with her sword and then curse him. He didn't expect her to be so calm. After all, in this situation, it would not be too much even if she killed him. With a lot of confusion, Chu Hen immediately took out new clothes and quickly put them on. Then Bai Chenyu said in an indifferent tone, "Can you look into my eyes?" Chu Hen subconsciously turned around and looked into her eyes. At this moment, Bai Chenyu's eyes quietly released a sacred golden light. The air surged, the space trembled, and a supreme emperor's aura leaked out. Chu Hen's pupils shrank, and he was shocked. Before he could react, several black dots appeared in Bai Chenyu's mysterious golden eyes. The dots rotated in a clockwise direction and chased each other. Suddenly, a burst of dazzling light shone, and a few beams of golden cyclones flowed out from Bai Chenyu's eyes and swept towards Chu Hen's eyes. Chu Hen suddenly felt the space in front of him fall into a state of rotation and distortion, and his consciousness instantly became fuzzy, and his eyes looked dull and lifeless. "Forget what happened between us last night." Bai Chenyu's red lips parted slightly, and her tone was resolute. "Okay." Chu Hen answered dully like a machine. "Buzz, buzz." Then the vast aura quickly receded, and the surging golden light in Bai Chenyu's beautiful eyes gradually disappeared, along with a deep sense of helplessness. After about the count of 3, Chu Hen's dull eyes regained their luster. Then he looked at Bai Chenyu in front of him with a blank face. "Miss Chenyu, what happened to me just now?" Then he looked around. "Was I controlled by my inner demons again? Did you save me again?" Looking at Chu Hen's natural expression, Bai Chenyu couldn't help but feel a wave of bitterness. "I should go." Bai Chenyu didn't have any explanation, and she wasn't in the mood to explain. "Where are you going?" Chu Hen asked. "To where I should go." She resolutely turned around and at the same time raised her left hand and put the mask in her hand back on. "Today is the last day. We won't meet again." After saying that, Bai Chenyu stepped into the air and then immediately turned into a wisp of shadow and disappeared. "We won't meet again?" Chu Hen looked at the beautiful figure disappearing into the underground palace with a somewhat deep gaze. She was like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, making one feel a little nostalgic. "Just 2 days ago," with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, she said to him. "Then this is the first day we met before they could get familiar with each other. It was already the last day." Chu Hen smiled bitterly and shook his head, silently looking in the direction where Bai Chenyu disappeared. After a long while, Chu Hen let out a light sigh. His gaze looked around the collapsed surroundings. The entire place was a mess, and the majestic palace buildings no longer existed. The Dao platform was covered in cracks, like a giant spider web. The majestic stone statue of the Yama King was also covered in cracks, and the Lord's aura had disappeared, as if it had forever sunk into the ground. In Chu Hen's mind, he clearly remembered that he had triggered a huge restriction last night. Then he was imprisoned by the talisman formation in the restriction, and the mysterious power of the stone statue of the Yama King also poured into his body. While he was half awake, his inner demons started to devour, and he once again saw the evil god. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that the remaining murderous aura of the Yama King here has once again triggered the summoning of the heavenly chi token to the evil god. The heavenly chi token, the heavenly chi token! Chu Hen muttered to himself, secretly shaking his head. In the end, he still underestimated the power of the heavenly chi token. While this thing allowed him to obtain unlimited killing power, it was also constantly nibbling away at his heart. If he didn't find a way to suppress it, sooner or later, he would be possessed one day. Wait, my cultivation level. Chu Hen's heart suddenly trembled. He raised his hands, and his fingers condensed. A transcendent aura that was several times stronger than before suddenly gushed out from his body. Bang! The fierce aura spread out from under his feet, and the ground collapsed inch by inch. The Dao platform, which was already covered in cracks, suddenly collapsed from the center. What a strong power! Chu Hen was shocked by himself. The peak of the 9th level of the sky, profound realm. In just one day, he had jumped 2 levels from the 7th level of the sky, profound realm. Moreover, even though he was only at the 9th level of the sky, profound realm, the strength of his true inner energy was not weaker than that of an ancient realm expert. In terms of overall fighting strength, it was unknown how many times stronger he was. While he was excited, Chu Hen once again released the true inner energy in his body. The vigorous power flowed outside his body like a layer of dark flame. This is... Chu Hen's eyelids twitched, and he looked at the dark flame mixed with the golden true inner energy. It was domineering and revealed a cold and ruthless aura. The aura of this power is... Suddenly raising his head, Chu Hen's eyes were filled with shock as he stared at the incomparably huge, cracked statue of the Yama King in front of him. Chapter 1092. This is the power of Sun Luo. Whoosh! An incorporeal and vigorous aura surged out. Chu Hen looked at the dark, golden true essence that covered his arm. The originally pure, true essence seemed to have mutated at this moment, as it was fused with an extremely overbearing and ruthless power. Chu Hen's eyebrows lightly wrinkled as he looked at the Yama King statue that was covered in cracks in front of him. His mind was racing. Was this a coincidence? Or was it a deliberate pull from the unseen world? Is it because of the Qi Tianling? Chu Hen thought of the evil god again. It was as if coming here and triggering the restriction in the demon tomb was not a coincidence. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. Chu Hen shook his head. This feeling was like being at the edge of a whirlpool, and he could fall in at any time and never get out again. Fortunately, he was clear-headed now. There was still hope that he could suppress the Qi Tianling. Moreover, his cultivation had broken through to the 9th level of the profound heaven realm, and he was only 1 step away from the eternal realm. This was definitely a good thing. Humph! Chu Hen's eyes flashed with determination. His spirit was soaring. He faced the Yama King statue with an air of arrogance and said, "It doesn't matter if this is a coincidence or not. From now on, the power you left behind belongs to me." A burst of powerful airflow swept past, and Chu Hen instantly turned into an afterimage, disappearing from where he stood. The huge underground demon grave returned to its previous deathly silence and gloom. What was different was that what was left behind was only destruction. Whoosh! Facing a dazzling white light, Chu Hen felt as if he had escaped from a 1,000-year dungeon. All the depression in his heart was swept away by the fresh air and bright environment. There was a lush forest and endless mountains. Although there was no bright sunshine, flowers, or birds in this area of the immortal and devil tomb, the atmosphere outside was completely different from the underground demon tomb. Before Chu Hen could enjoy the relief of escaping from death, a violent commotion suddenly came from a certain direction. Chu Hen was slightly startled. He turned around and looked to the side. That was the most central area of the tomb of immortals and devils. Demonic Qi soared to the sky. Above the void, numerous black shadows were engaged in an incomparably fierce battle. Thick, dark clouds covered the sky, and the space was shaking. Even from a dozen miles away, one could feel the fierceness of the battle. Only then did Chu Hen remember that the battle between humans and demons hadn't ended before he entered the demon tomb of the Yama King. Based on the current situation, it was probably getting more and more intense. After thinking for a while, Chu Hen's figure moved, and he flew directly to the place where the battle broke out. At this moment, the battle between humans and demons had already spread to the demon emperor's tomb. Mountain ranges were flattened and split apart, and rivers were buried and severed. The mountain forest was reduced to dust. The rivers flowed in reverse, and the corpses of countless demonic beasts piled up like a mountain below. The rain of blood drifted, and the wind howled. The roars of the beasts resounded through the sky like thunder. When Chu Hen arrived in front of the battlefield, The situation in front of him was truly shocking. Compared to before, a new batch of human experts had joined the battle. Both sides occupied the mounted camps on the north and south sides, respectively. The two armies fought fiercely, and the humans and demons fought each other. The black shadows in the sky splashed a series of sparks and fiery rain. At a glance, there were a few familiar figures among them. The heaven-raising sword pointed at Li Yuanliang with a peerless aura. Using his qi as a sword, he moved like the wind among the beasts. Lu Weiyue's body was covered in a 6-colored feather dress, and she was proud, cold, and gorgeous while displaying her lethal elegance. 10-feathered demon blade, Li Yanqing was as ferocious as a wolf. His blade was like a rainbow as he charged forward. Young Master Qingqing's Shao alliance was also unstoppable. His saint physique overpowered the heavens, like iron chains crossing the river. Like a huge net, the chains were pulled apart, rendering the demonic beasts unable to advance or retreat. In the end, they were mercilessly harvested. On the demon clan's side, the Scarlet Dragon Demon Venerable and the Blood Bat Demon Venerable also displayed their prowess. Apart from these two powerful Demon Venerable, 2 other ferocious beasts with towering demonic auras joined the battle. One of the beasts was a giant snake with 7 heads. The 7-headed snake was ferocious and terrifying, as if it was a ferocious beast from ancient times. Looking from afar, the 7 heads could spit fire, wind blades, lightning, poisonous fog, and other powerful elemental powers. Many human experts were killed before they could even get close to it. There was also a huge beast that looked like an ape. Its crimson fur looked as if it had been soaked in blood, and a strong murderous aura emanated from its body. The power of its punch was enough to shatter mountains and crack the earth. Even if it was an expert at the sky profound realm, he would still be blasted into a cloud of blood mist by its fist force. Looking at the crimson ape, Chu Hen couldn't help but think of the pet he had taken in the victorious East State, the little monkey. At that time, he had always thought that it was just an ordinary little demon. Later, in the ancient Desolation Heaven realm, Chu Hen accidentally summoned the little monkey with the revolving myriad beasts picture and witnessed it transform into an earth-shattering demonic ape later on. In the battle against the Thunder Saint Palace, the little monkey displayed a shockingly strong combat power. However, Chu Hen was in a hurry to leave the eastern continent to find Luo Mengchang, so he didn't have time to verify the little monkey species. Could it be that the little monkey was from the same species as the demonic ape in front of him? Soon, Chu Hen shook his head in denial. Although the two of them looked similar, the little monkey's fur was pure gold, while the demon venerable in front of him had a completely different crimson fur. Moreover, the aura they released was different, so they probably weren't of the same species. Thinking of this, Chu Hen couldn't help but regret not bringing the little monkey along. Although he could summon the revolving myriad beasts picture, there was a distance limit, so he didn't know if he could summon it again. Of course, now was not the time to think about this. Although the battle was intense, the formation of both sides was not chaotic. Sword light crisscrossed, and saber waves covered the sky. Waves after waves of ferocious energy shock waves collided like a meteor shower that filled the sky. In the chaotic scene, Chu Hen still caught a glimpse of an elegant and refined special figure with a glance. She wasn't a member of the demon race, and she didn't join this chaotic battle. Bai Qinyu stood quietly on a cliff in the back of the demon race army, as if he were an outsider. He was quiet, as if he didn't care about the current situation at all. Looking at the masked Bai Qinyu, Chu Hen's eyes were filled with complex emotions. He couldn't help but recall what Bai Qinyu had said. Today is the last day, and we won't meet again in the future. Boom! Suddenly, a violent tremor spread out from the back of the demon race army. The mountains and rivers shook, and the earth cracked. Tens of thousands of demon beasts raised their heads and let out deafening roars. At the same time, Li Yuanliang, Lu Weiyue, and the other human experts all had cautious expressions on their faces. The critical moment has come. Young Master Qingqing said in a deep voice, "Howl! Roar!" Tens of thousands of demon beasts roared together, and the wind howled. A dense nebula that blotted out the sky surged in the ninth heaven. The mountains below cracked and rocks collapsed. Under countless serious gazes, the earth cracked layer by layer, and a vast and majestic red light pillar soared into the sky. Magnificent buildings collapsed like pieces of paper, and buildings that had been built for thousands of years were reduced to ashes. The tomb of the demon god opened. The world lost its splendor. Storms swept in all directions. More than a dozen demon beasts surrounded an iron cage and rose into the sky from the broken ground. The bars of the luxurious and resplendent iron cage were engraved with intricate and mysterious runes. The four corners of the iron cage were all connected by heavy chains. It was obvious that the demon race attached great importance to this, and there was actually a person locked in that iron cage. Chu Hen focused and looked at it. His complexion suddenly changed. The person locked in the cage was Chapter 1093. That's Mu Feng? Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the nine heavens, and the wind howled through the mountains and rivers. A myriad of beasts roared, and demonic energy rose. Chu Hen had an astonished expression as he looked at the familiar figure in the iron cage, and his heart was filled with bewilderment. Looking at it from afar, the cage was surrounded by over 10 demonic beasts with powerful auras, and every single demonic beast had an iron chain tied around their bodies. The iron chains were connected to the cage, and the runes on the chains flickered with light, swayed with inscriptions, and emitted an extremely strong fluctuation of energy within the cage. Mu Feng's hands held tightly onto the bars, and his eyes were crimson red. The veins on his arms and forehead bulged out, and his throat ceaselessly emitted a low and deep roar like that of a wild beast. Even more shocking was that this person's body actually emitted an extremely shocking and monstrous demonic energy. This fellow. Chu Hen was even more puzzled, and he even suspected if that person was Mu Feng. Just when Chu Hen was about to flash out to investigate, a familiar low voice entered into his ears from somewhere behind him. "Chu Hen, we're over here. How's he?" Chu Hen was shocked in his heart, and he turned around to look. Sure enough, he saw the person standing at the edge of a precipitous mountain, and there were two other familiar figures by his side. It was precisely Han Ichuan and Xiao Shaowan that were with Chu Hen earlier. Chu Hen's figure flashed, and he instantly flashed to arrive before the three of them. "You're still alive, that's great. Where have you been for so long?" Han Ichuan heaved a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart. Shaowan blinked her eyes. "I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Then do you know that big sister who wears a mask? Why did you help her twice in a row?" Chu Hen shook his head, indicating that he didn't want to talk about this now. After that, he looked at Hauzi, who frowned tightly. "What happened? That person is Mu Feng?" Hauzi nodded solemnly and gave his affirmation. "It's really him." An extremely uneasy feeling welled up in his heart as he stared at Hauzi. The latter sighed helplessly and said, "According to our previous agreement, after we parted ways with you, we went straight to the tomb of immortals and demons." Unexpectedly, the situation in the tomb of immortals and demons was very chaotic. On the first day, the two of them got separated. Hauzi glanced at Han Ichuan and Xiao Shaowan. Chu Hen knew all of this. On his first day in the tomb of immortals and demons, Xiao Shaowan's transformation happened. She transformed into a giant beast and almost killed Han Ichuan. The rest of us will split into two teams and continue to search for Miss Meng Shang amidst the chaos. I'll be in one team with Mu Feng, while Senior West Wind will lead Miss Yao and Miss Xian Shuang in the other team. We've agreed that 5 days later, regardless of whether we find Miss Meng Shang or not, we'll meet up at the last location, the Deep Star State. The current tomb of immortals and demons was in such a mess, it was indeed not a good place to stay for long. In 5 days' time, they would be able to search almost all the surrounding areas. After confirming that Luo Mengchong was not here, there was no need to waste any more time. Just get to the point, Chu Hen said. Haozi turned to look at the metal cage behind the army of beasts. An incredibly shocking energy wave spread out continuously. Mu Feng was like a trapped beast in the cage. Although it was a little funny, no one could laugh at it. After splitting into two teams, Mu Feng and I searched for Miss Mengshang together. We didn't find anything, so our final target was the ruins guarded by the beasts. Although we knew that the possibility of Miss Mengshang being there was very low, Mu Feng likes to cause trouble. Moreover, I was also curious about the secrets of the demon race, so I followed him in. Haozi laughed bitterly with regret. When we first started, we didn't know that it was the tomb of the demon race emperor. Moreover, there weren't many human experts at that time, and the demon race's defenses weren't particularly strict. There were still gaps in the outer regions of the tomb. However, the closer we got to the center, the tighter the defenses were. Both of us knew that we weren't strong enough, so we decided to stop. But what we didn't expect was that, in the process of retreating, we accidentally triggered some kind of restriction. The restriction caused quite a large area of buildings to collapse. Coupled with the monstrous demonic aura that randomly leaked out, we inexplicably fell into an underground palace. Underground palace? Chu Hen frowned slightly, and there was a hint of emotion in his eyes. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the battle between both sides had completely erupted. The black mass of humans and beasts were like an overwhelming swarm of moths. A series of violent impacts intersected like rainbows, and meteorites collided with each other. Violent turbulence swept through the sky. Our battle is not over yet. Li Yuanliang pointed his sword at the sky, and his aura was like a rainbow. As he moved his finger, beams of powerful light lingered around his body like the shadow of a dragon. Humph! You're courting death, the red dragon demon, Venerable, shouted. Before he finished speaking, he instantly transformed into his original form. The red flame flood dragon's ferocious aura shook the sky. He spat out a scorching dragon's breath, and a majestic pillar of fire came crashing down like a meteorite, blasting straight at Li Yuanliang. Rolling waves of heat whistled over. The air flowed with a bone-chilling heat. In the face of such an attack, Li Yuanliang turned a blind eye. At the same time, his body was quickly dyed with a layer of illusory, transparent luster, shadow holy body. Whoosh! Like sand being filtered through water, Li Yuanliang's body directly rushed into the pillar of fire and then flew out unscathed. The moment he passed through the dragon's breath, Li Yuanliang's speed increased rapidly. Like a meteor arrow, his fingertips turned into a sword shadow, and he went straight for the red dragon demon Venerable's head. The red dragon demon Venerable's eyes were surging with flames, and he directly took out his huge dragon claws. The sharp claws were like giant curved hooks, and they swept towards Li Yuanliang. Bang! Two incomparably ferocious forces suddenly erupted from within. The disorderly sword light phantoms blossomed like a rain of flowers, and the ferocious cyclone of power swept out rapidly. The power of mountains was even stronger than a torrent of water. The red dragon demon Venerable's body shook violently. While blocking Li Yuanliang's attack, one of the hooks on his sharp claws was directly penetrated by a beam of light. Roar! The red dragon demon Venerable let out an angry roar. It was really infuriating to be injured by a human. At the same time, young Master Qingqing's Shao alliance also engaged the bloodbat demon Venerable head-on. The fatal elegance Lu Wuiwei also found the seven-headed giant snake demon Venerable. The 10-feathered demon blade Li Yanqing faced the scarlet-haired ferocious ape head-on. I'm going to skin you. Li Yanqing's sarcasm was tinged with a hint of mania. The red dragon demon Venerable's belligerent personality was a perfect match for the ferocious ape's violence. Ignorant fool! The ferocious ape threw out a punch. Its huge body was like a huge mountain in front of Li Yanqing, and the wantonly surging demonic power was comparable to a surging torrent. Bang! The ferocious fist force landed solidly on Li Yanqing's body. The latter was like a falling meteorite, flying backward rapidly and slamming heavily into the mountain wall behind him. Layers of cracks spread on the mountain wall, and every inch of rock exploded. In the blink of an eye, half of the mountain was smashed into pieces by the inertia attached to Li Yanqing's body. Boom! Immediately after, countless rocks flew into the sky, and a terrifying aura surged into the sky. Li Yanqing, surrounded by a fierce aura, directly rushed out of the pile of rocks. Hee, not bad, but it's a pity that it's still lacking a little. The ghost cultivator's sacred bloodline erupted, and Li Yanqing's arms were covered with dragon-like veins. His eyes turned red, his black hair turned white, and his teeth revealed a sharp gleam. Dragging the saber with both arms, he pounced on the ferocious ape again. The world was in chaos, and the flames of war spread. Not only did the battle between the two sides not weaken with the passage of time, but it became even more intense and chaotic. All of this was because of the opening of the demon god's tomb and the appearance of the metal cage. We accidentally triggered a restriction of the demon god's tomb and inexplicably appeared in an underground palace. Haozi gave a brief summary. The current situation did not allow him to explain some of the details. Mu Feng and I wandered around the underground palace for a long time. The structure of the place was like a maze. Because we were afraid of being discovered by the demon clan, we did not dare to go back and could only continuously explore the innermost part. Eventually, we entered the center of the underground palace. Haozi's tone gradually became solemn, and his face was surging with unease and fear. He looked up at Chu Hen, clenched his fists, and said, Mu Feng accidentally fell into a blood pool in the central underground palace. Blood pool? Chu Hen's expression changed slightly. At the side, Han Yichuan and Xiao Shaowan also had solemn expressions. Haozi's brows were tightly knitted together, as if he was recalling the most terrifying thing. The blood pool was very thick and very dark. Once Mu Feng fell in, he was in extreme pain. I really wanted to pull him up. But once he came into contact with the blood in the pool, there was a bone-piercing pain. Haozi raised his right arm. Half of his palm was already a bloody mess, and even a bit of white bone could be vaguely seen. It was a ghastly sight. Chu Hen's pupils shrank. Han Yichuan and Xiao Shaowan could not help but feel their scalps go numb. This power is really terrifying, Han Yichuan exclaimed. That's it, Mu Feng is still alive? Xiao Shaowan was slightly surprised. Haozi placed his palm behind him. I watched helplessly as Mu Feng struggled in the blood pool, and I could not save him. I thought he would die in there. But who would have thought that at the deepest part of the blood pool, a skeleton would crawl out? Skeleton. Han Yichuan and Xiao Shaowan looked at each other. Only Chu Hen had a solemn expression. What kind of skeleton? Han Yichuan asked. Haozi shook his head. I don't know, but I'm sure that it's not a human skeleton. That skeleton wrapped around Mu Feng's body and forcefully drilled into his body. Although Haozi's description was very simple, the few of them could not help but feel their scalps go numb. A skeleton forcibly drilled into a person's body. One could imagine how horrifying that scene was. What happened after that? Xiao Shaowan asked anxiously. After that, the entire underground palace began to collapse. I thought I was dead for sure, but Mu Feng suddenly jumped out of the blood pool and used the Buddha demon's sword to cut open a passage in the underground palace. He then told me to leave immediately. He was very scary at that time. The few of them were shocked again. Then why didn't he leave? Xiao Shaowan asked again. Haozi shook his head. I don't know, I was forcefully thrown out by him. I took advantage of the chaos to escape and witness the battle. Just when I was at a loss, I met the two of them. After listening to Haozi's story, Chu Hen could not help but fall into deep thought. The direction of the situation was really unimaginable. Previously, he had learned from Bai Qianyu that the purpose of the Demon Clan's trip was to retrieve the Demon Emperor's skeleton that the Demon Emperor had left behind thousands of years ago. Naturally, the experts of the various sects were there to stop the Demon Clan's action. One could imagine that the Demon Emperor's skeleton was not to be underestimated. According to Haozi's story, coupled with Mu Feng, who was trapped in the cage, the skeleton in the pool of blood was most likely the so-called Demon Emperor skeleton. By a freak combination of factors, the Demon Emperor skeleton actually fell into Mu Feng's hands. He was clearly just an outsider, but he was pushed to the heart of the struggle. Regardless of whether Mu Feng fell into the hands of humans or the hands of the Demon Clan, he would still be embroiled in this matter. What to do? With just the few of them, they could not even intervene in the current situation, let alone save him. The most important point was the current Mu Feng still the previous Mu Feng? Just when Chu Hen was at his wit's end, the Demon Clan had already begun to move. A demon with a wolf's head and a human's body covered in black flames led the beasts and said, "Retreat! Roar!" All the beasts roared at the sky, as if they were celebrating the return of the Demon Emperor's skeleton. In an instant, many powerful monstrous beasts surrounded the iron cage that held Mu Feng. A majestic group quickly retreated from the battlefield. Bai Qianyu also followed the team and left the battlefield. The 4 demon lords stayed behind to delay the battle. Seeing that the Demon Clan was about to retreat, the experts of the various sects all unleashed fierce attacks. Li Yuanliang, Lu Wuyue, Xiao Meng, Li Yanqing, and the others continued to fight faster, trying to force their way through. However, the 4 demon lords were not ordinary people, and they did not give in. Boom! But at this moment, an earth-shattering wave was suddenly set off in the sky that was shrouded in dark clouds. The storm nebula vortex covered the sky and the earth, and countless dazzling golden beams of light pierced through the clouds and dyed the sky and the earth. This aura, Li Yuanyang's eyes lit up. Xiao Meng also chuckled lightly. You're finally willing to come out. Chu Hen, who was about to take action, could not help but frown. He looked at the stirring nebula in the sky, and a hint of coldness surged in his eyes. This powerful aura had already appeared once before. Xianyuan Seal, Chapter 1094. Rumble! It shook the heavens, and the nebula suddenly changed. An extremely powerful and shocking aura once again swept through the mountains, rivers, and forests below. This aura? Chu Hen furrowed his brows. He stared at the dazzling light in the void, and his eyes were filled with coldness. The mysterious man finally showed himself. Buzz! In the next moment, a majestic force that was like a mountain came crashing down from the heavens and the earth. The world trembled, and thunder roared, and storms raged. A giant light beam that pierced through the heavenly river suddenly fell from the sky, and it blasted toward the 7-headed serpent with the power of a thunderbolt. In the face of this sudden, powerful attack, the huge serpent beast's body straightened. 7 pairs of cold snake eyes reflected the sharp, cold glint. Bang! In an instant, an extremely heavy sound reverberated in the sky. The mighty golden light beam was like a divine punishment that fell from the heavens, and it hit the giant serpent demon Venerable's huge body. The aftermath of the earth-shattering force was like a surging torrent. It was like a concentrated energy vortex, and a piercingly cold shock wave swept out. Bang! Under everyone's shocked gazes, the giant serpent's huge body was sent flying, and it landed heavily on a mountain below. Rocks collapsed, and dust rose into the air. Broken scales mixed with traces of blood splattered everywhere. Immediately after, a dazzling light beam shot out from the chaotic energy storm again. The light beam pierced through the sky like an aurora, and it instantly chased after the giant serpent. The scarlet dragon demon Venerable's expression changed drastically, and he shouted. 7-headed demon Venerable, the 7-headed serpent's body suddenly trembled, and before it could react, the light beam penetrated 2 of its heads. Bang, bang! The two heads that were penetrated by the light beam directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and blood immediately gushed out from the severed neck. The remaining 5 heads all let out sharp hissing sounds. He dominated everyone. He defeated the demon venerable with just one move. Even Li Yuanliang, Lu Yue, and the other geniuses were shocked. Buzz, the powerful aura became increasingly clear, and the chaotic cyclone that filled the world quickly dissipated. Surrounded by golden light patterns, a figure emitting an extraordinary aura suddenly appeared in the sky. His sharp gaze was like a blade, domineering and proud. 10-feathered demon blade, Li Yanqing's eyes narrowed. His hands clenched into fists, and his throat rolled as he spat out a few words. War God Palace. Chui Lai Boom. A sudden clap of thunder filled the sky, and his heart surged. War God Palace. These 3 words were like a bolt from the blue that struck everyone's mind. Everyone's faces were filled with awe and respect. Heavens, even the people from the War God Palace have come. Furthermore, it's the youngest elder of the War God Palace. Killing the 7-headed demonic sovereign with a single move, Elder Chui Lai's cultivation is truly terrifying. War God Palace? The youngest elder? Not far away. Chu Hen's expression darkened. That person seemed to be in his 30s or 40s, and his attitude was as arrogant as a sovereign, as if everything was under his control. I knew it. Li Yuanliang nodded to himself. When he saw the Xin Yuan sealing tactic earlier, he had already guessed the person's identity. However, he did not expect the person to be an elder. He had not shown himself since the beginning. He was waiting for the demon god's skeleton to appear. Bastard! Looking at the heavily injured 7-headed demonic sovereign on the ground, the fearsome ape with blood-colored fur was enraged. Along with the eruption of a towering aura, the fearsome ape's body was bathed in flames, and he threw a punch at Chui Lai. Go to hell! Boom! The billowing flames were earth-shattering. The rapidly spinning flames were like a dragon python circling around the fearsome ape's arm and gathered on its fist. In an instant, a huge fireball of energy gathered on the fearsome ape's fist. A strong wind swept out, and a piercingly cold attack was aimed at Chui Lai. This punch could overturn rivers and seas, and it could destroy rivers and streams. The numerous human experts behind Chui Lai were all pushed back by this extraordinary and domineering aura. However, Chui Lai did not even frown. His slightly raised eyes were filled with ridicule. A mayfly trying to shake a tree. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling light pattern bloomed on Chui Lai's body. The light patterns crisscrossed like a gorgeous big net. Bang! With a loud sound, the fist force that could destroy mountains and rivers surged down and collided with the gorgeous big net in front of Chui Lai. The space in front of both of them was distorted. A huge, semi-arc-shaped light screen appeared in front of the vicious ape's huge fist. However, what was incomparably shocking was that such a terrifying power only caused the gorgeous net to cave in. It was actually unable to break through it in the next second. Chui Lai had already disappeared from his spot. Like the bright moon in the sky, Chui Lai stood proudly in the sky. He immediately threw out his palm. Tens of thousands of rays of divine light fell, and a luxurious and solid giant palm print fell down like a fiend god's giant hand. It landed heavily on the fearsome ape's body. Bang! The mountains and rivers shook, and the space trembled. The surging palm force landed steadily. Waves of vast air rippled along the fearsome ape's huge body and swept in all directions. The violent destructive force continuously attacked the other party's body. It was like a flying mountain, smashing into a pile of rocks and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Demon Venerable Yen Luo. Scarlet Dragon Demon Venerable was both shocked and angry. In the blink of an eye, 2 Demon Venerables had been severely injured. It was really unexpected. The cultivation of the person in front of him was too deep and unfathomable. Retreat. If this continued, there would not be any suspense. Scarlet Dragon Demon, Venerable, immediately gave the order to retreat. At the same time, he opened his huge mouth, and a thick dragon's breath surged out like rolling waves of fire. Bloodbat Demon Venerable also lifted his wide sleeves. Accompanied by sharp whistling sounds, a dense swarm of blood-colored bats rushed towards the people in front of him like black smoke. In an instant, the entire area was enveloped in a thick fog and swarms of bats. All the demonic beasts did not have the slightest reluctance to leave. Taking advantage of the temporary cover, they quickly retreated. Hiss! The severely injured, seven-headed demon Venerable and demon Venerable Yenluo did not say a word. One after another, they fled through the forest and the cliffs. At the front, the group of demonic beasts surrounded the cage that imprisoned Mu Feng and moved forward at their fastest speed. At this moment, Mu Feng was lying in the iron cage like a pile of mud. An endless amount of ferocious demonic aura was emitted from his body. The complicated talisman inscriptions engraved on the iron cage flickered continuously and flickered between brightness and darkness. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Scarlet Dragon Demon Venerable and the others have caught up. A demonic beast with leopard stripes on its body that looked like a human said in a deep voice, "What's the situation?" A demonic beast with a human body and a wolf head asked, "It's very troublesome. Demon Venerable Yenluo and seven-headed Demon Venerable are injured. The humans have sent powerful reinforcements." What? The wolf-head demonic beast's expression changed. It turned around and saw that the army of demonic beasts was in a panic. What was worse was that the human experts were still chasing after them. "Prepare for reinforcements," the wolf-head demonic beast said. "Continue forward." However, an indifferent voice stopped the wolf-head demonic beast's actions. The wolf-head demonic beast looked at the masked young figure not far away in shock. "Lady Baiyu, if we don't turn back, we still have a chance to leave." Bai Qinyu's tone was very calm. Like her pair of clear eyes, no one could tell that she was emotional. At the same time, her words caused the wolf-head demonic beast to feel a sense of danger. Indeed, even the 4 demon venerables had fled in panic. How could they turn the situation around if they returned? It clenched its teeth and waved its claws. "Speed up and continue forward. We must bring the demon god's skeleton back. Roar! Roar!" The demonic beasts roared in unison. They galloped and howled. The vanguard troops that were holding Mu Feng in custody retreated at top speed. The troops at the back were gradually closing in on the pursuers. The human experts chased after them. Many demonic beasts that had fallen behind were instantly killed. At the back, Chu Hen, Hao Zi, Han Yichuan, Qiao Shaowan, and the rest could only follow them. "What should we do? The 4 of us can't save Mu Feng at all," Qiao Shaowan said. The 3 of them were silent. How could they not understand the situation? However, they couldn't just watch as Mu Feng was taken away step by step. They had no other choice but to follow them. Boom! Bang! Continuous shock waves exploded in the sky. Under the leadership of the War God Palace's Elder Chui Lai and the 4 geniuses with divine physiques, the experts from the various sects were like an invincible sword that was aimed at the back of the demon army. One demonic beast after another was killed by the pursuers. The 4 demon venerables were extremely anxious. The situation was extremely tense. If this continued, the mission in the Tomb of Immortals and Devils would not only fail, but the demons would also suffer heavy losses. "Speed up! Don't fight!" The Red Dragon Demon Venerables shouted. "As long as we cross the Heaven Ravine Ridge, they can't do anything to us." Humph! Chui Lai, who was behind them, sneered. "Not to mention crossing the Heaven Ravine Ridge. Even if you return to your lair in the demon territory, we will still slaughter all of you. Bastard!" The demon venerables Yenluo was enraged. He wanted to turn around and fight. The blood bat demon venerables hurriedly stopped him. "Don't be provoked by him. Let's go!" the the demon venerable's Yan Luo's eyes turned cold. He clenched his fist and leaped over a mountain. Chui Lai's sharp eyes flashed with a cold light. His majestic aura surged out like a storm. In an instant, a powerful pressure pressed forward. Then a single palm was raised, and an earth-shattering reverse airflow swept over with the momentum of returning to the cage. Sand and stones flew, and the forest collapsed. The reverse airflow was extremely violent. The demonic beasts in front of them immediately moved forward against the wind. Their speed was greatly reduced. Some of the weaker demonic beasts were even directly swept back by the reverse airflow. Damn it! The severely injured Honorable Demon Xing Luo and the seven-headed demon Honor Demon were under tremendous pressure. Pieces of flying rocks flew in the opposite direction and smashed onto their bodies. The two Honorable Demon Honor Demons were already covered in cuts and bruises. Now they were even worse off. The 10-feathered demon blade Li Yanqing let out a cold laugh. Then a towering aura exploded from him. He dragged his blade and slashed at the demon venerable's Yan Luo. "I'll take your life." At the same time, the Qingqing young master, Xiaomeng, also leaped into the air toward the seven-headed demon venerables. Shimmering chains shot out from behind him. The runes on the chains swayed. The two demon venerables were about to die. The demonic beasts on the other side were infuriated. However, they were powerless to change the situation. All of a sudden, the cold air blended. Roar! The clear and melodious howl of a fox suddenly reverberated through the mountains and valleys. Everyone's hearts trembled. It was as if their souls were touched. In an instant, the sky changed. The wind and clouds surged. It was like a divine rainbow that pierced through the galaxy. A huge, majestic sword pillar flew across the sky. It flew toward the mountain behind the demon venerables Yan Luo and the seven-headed demon venerables. A sword that froze 19 states, the high-pitched voice, spread across the sky. The majestic sword pillar slashed down like a rainbow, crashing into the mountain range below with an earth-shattering momentum. Rumble, the earth exploded. The sword energy was numb. The entire mountain range exploded in an instant, and a terrifying torrent-like aura swept towards the experts in front of it. Sword light phantoms that blotted out the sky tore through the air, and dense rocks of all sizes smashed down. Like a raging storm was about to hit, everyone's expression changed. They trembled. Li Yanqing and Xiaomeng, who wanted to kill the two demon venerables, were forced back by the violent force. Waves of air surged like a tsunami. Even Chui Lai, the elder of the god of War Palace, took a few steps back. What a terrifying aura! Everyone was shocked. The demons were shocked. The seven-headed demon venerables Yan Luo and the demon venerables were even more shocked. Roar! The howl of fox! In the void of the ninth heaven, a huge green fox shadow quietly appeared. Under the green fox shadow, on top of the broken cliff, a figure exuding a demonic aura appeared. The figure wore a purple mink fur coat and a white fox fur collar. His long black hair fluttered in the wind. His face was handsome and demonic. His eyes were narrow and charming. He was a man, but he had a face that even women would feel ashamed of. He stood proudly on top of the cliff. He held a 3-foot-long sword in his hand. The body of the sword was as smooth as jade. The blade was curved, and there were streaks of lightning circling around the sword. Such an aura was breathtaking. Chui Lai's eyes flashed coldly. He said in a cold voice, "Tell me your name." The handsome man nodded slightly, looking down at everyone with a condescending attitude. Chapter 1095. Fox of the Green Hill. Jun Jiana. His voice was cold and aloof. Devilishly charming. Devilishly handsome. This was a kind of innate aloofness, innate superiority, and aloofness. The sharp sword in his hand was as sharp as lightning. Everyone present couldn't help but stare at his devilishly charming face in a daze. He was like jade, and his young master was unparalleled. That was the most appropriate description for him. When they heard the words Fox of the Green Hill, Elder Chui Lai of the War God Palace, Li Yuanliang, Lu Wuyue, Xiao Meng, and Li Yanqing were all moved. Everyone else was even more shocked. The Fox of the Green Hill? The Fox of the Green Hill actually exists in this world. The wind howled like a fox's cry. Jun Jianga turned to the 4 demon sovereigns behind him and said, "You guys leave first, leave first?" All the human experts furrowed their brows. Could it be that the other party wanted to stop all of them with his own strength? How arrogant! However, the 4 demon sovereigns did not hesitate at all. They nodded solemnly and led the demon army to retreat without looking back. There wasn't even a word of instruction. It was extremely straightforward. Humph. Elder Chui Lai of the War God Palace showed a hint of disdain and mockery. "I'd like to see what kind of powerful ability you have." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Chui Lai leaped up and a monstrous and majestic aura erupted from his body. The terrifying aura was like a shocking tsunami that came crashing down like a mountain, crushing toward the Fox of the Green Hill in front of him with the power to topple mountains and overturn the seas. Rumble! The earth collapsed and the forest cracked. Countless cracks appeared on the cliff under Jun Jianga's feet. The space where he was distorted, and a powerful pressure surged from all directions. However, Jun Jianga was unmoved in the face of such a powerful attack from Chui Lai. There was not a trace of panic on his aloof face. The chilly airflow filled the sky and the earth, and the wind was strong. The rain of flowers suddenly fell on the world like snow. White feathers scattered between heaven and earth and surrounded the two. Chui Lai's eyes turned cold. His murderous intent was released, and he raised his palm. The ferocious power that was like a raging sea was like a torrent that pierced through the sky, turned into ashes. As the vast and violent power swept down, the mountain rocks crumbled inch by inch and shattered into fine powder. Roar! Suddenly a fox's howl tore through the sky. Jun Jianga flipped his sword-wielding hand and dragged the sword with one hand. Whoosh! A rapid, wind-breaking sound rang out as he instantly disappeared from where he stood, leaving behind an afterimage. It was dazzling and resplendent like a ray of light that tore through the night sky. In the next second, Chui Lai's pupils faintly trembled, only to see that around him 5 green fox shadows had shockingly appeared. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Without any time to react, the 5 fox shadows dragged a white sword glare behind them and charged at Chui Lai, who was at the center. The sound of air being cut was especially clear. 5 fox shadows intertwined around Chui Lai, shuttling back and forth elegantly, flickering like the stars. 3,000 guests were intoxicated by the flowers in the hall. 1 sword froze 19 provinces. Hiss! Chui Lai's pupils constricted into a single point. A string of blood rained down as a neatly cut arm was severed from the other party's shoulder, flying straight out. What? In an instant, everyone present had their eyes wide open and their faces pale. How could this be? Roar! The fox howled in the sky, a huge green fox shadow overlooking the mountains and rivers below. At this moment, Jun Jianga had already returned to his original position. His posture was ramrod straight, his expression was cold, and his sword was still held diagonally, as if he had not moved at all. He stared coldly at the panicking crowd in front of him, looking up to the sky and singing, "Who can take a blow from my sword? Who can take a blow from my sword?" No one dared to answer with his imposing manner. He cut off Chui Lai's arm with one sword. With such a magnificent momentum, even Li Yuanliang, Xiao Meng, Lu Wuyue, and Li Yanqing, the 4 geniuses with saint physiques, could not move forward in the rear area. Chu Hen, Han Yichuan, Hao Zi, and Qiao Shaowan all looked shocked. What terrifying strength! If he wanted to, he would have killed the other party with that sword just now. Han Yichuan shook his head and exclaimed. No one denied it. Huh? Chui Lai, whose face was contorted from the pain of losing his arm, caught the arm that had flown out first. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Junjanga in front of him with extreme reluctance, and he bellowed in a deep voice, "The Fox of the Green Hills! You're indeed one of the strongest demon clans. I, Chui Lai, have learned." The disdain and sarcasm in his words were long gone. There was only a deep sense of fear. The other party continued. "The God of War Palace will remember this debt. There is still a long way to go, and we will definitely get revenge." After saying that, Chui Lai's figure moved, instantly turning into a ray of light that leaped into the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight. Junjanga had no intention of chasing after him. If he wanted to kill, Chui Lai would already be a dead man just now. Chui Lai had escaped, but the rest of the people were not mentally prepared at all. A second ago, they were still chasing the demon army in all directions, but now they were all at a loss, not knowing what to do. Everyone could not help but look at Li Yuanliang and the 4 people from Xiaoming. In this way, the 4 of them had the highest cultivation. The 4 of them frowned, their expressions solemn. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, they would not be a match for the Fox of the Green Hill at all. However, they had already chased to this point, and seeing the duck that was already in their hands fly away, they were really unwilling, but no one spoke. Junjanga was the first to speak. "Those who cross this path die." "Sung." As his voice fell, Junjanga swung his sword horizontally, and a majestic sword momentum poured out. A sword ray streaked across the sky in front of him. Boom! The peerless sword ray whistled down, slashing down towards the ridge below. The earth quaked, the mountains shook, and the mountains and rivers collapsed. Under everyone's gaze that was filled with endless fear, the ridge below was directly split in half. Rocks flew everywhere, and a huge ravine suddenly cut across the east and west, more than 1,000 feet in length. Looking at the fierce sword chi that wantonly pervaded the air, all the thoughts in everyone's mind were immediately extinguished without a trace. Junjanga did not look at the crowd again, and with a swoosh, he left a nimble and elegant fox shadow on the spot and directly swaggered away. Everyone in the room looked at each other in dismay, unwilling to accept this outcome. No one expected that the plan to destroy the demon race would unexpectedly be interrupted by the Fox of the Green Hill. "What should we do?" Hausi asked anxiously. "What else can we do? I'm afraid that a trace of that fox's sword chi is enough to crush us. With just us alone, we can't save Mufeng at all." Qiao Shaoan said. Han Ichuan also shook his head in silence. Instead of going to their deaths, they could only beg for Mufeng's good fortune. Chapter 1096. "All of you stay here." Just when they were at a loss of what to do, Chu Hen suddenly said with determination, "Are you crazy?" Qiao Shaowan hurriedly stopped him. "There are so many experts in the monster clan. If you die, we'll all be finished." From the other party's point of view, Chu Hen's actions were too impulsive. Even Chui Lai from the God of War Palace could not take a blow from the Fox of Green Hill. If Chu Hen did not go to his death, what else could it be? "I'll be careful," replied Chu Hen. "I'll go with you," said Hausi. "No, it's more convenient for me to move alone." After giving the 3 simple instructions, Chu Hen did not delay any further. He immediately turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky ahead. The Monster Clan's army was vast and mighty. They surged all the way down like a raging torrent. The troops led by the 4 monster venerables had already returned to the escort team. The mission was daunting but not dangerous, and the 4 monster venerables who had escaped from death were relieved. "Fortunately, you came in time this time." Red Dragon Monster Venerable looked at the Fox of Green Hill, Junjanga behind him. The corner of the latter's long and narrow eyes twitched as he looked at Mufeng, who was locked in the cage. "The Monster Emperor's skeleton is with this person?" "Yes." Red Dragon Monster Venerable nodded solemnly. "We were careless and let this person enter the divine pool of Emperor blood by mistake. By the time we realized it, it was already too late to stop him." Junjanga was slightly stunned and looked somewhat confused. Red Dragon Monster Venerable continued. Fortunately, Miss Bai reminded us in time and allowed us to enter the tomb of the Monster Emperor in time to check. Otherwise, things would not have gone so smoothly. Wait, where's Miss Bai? Red Dragon Monster Venerable paused as he realized that Bai Qianyu, who was originally with the Vanguard team, had left. Sir Monster Venerable. The wolf-headed monster commander turned around and said, Miss Bai took her leave when you came back. She's already gone? The demon venerables looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. However, she soon felt relieved. She had been a man of few words for the past few days. Since she had completed her mission, she felt that there was no need for her to continue staying here. Since she has already left, we'll send someone to thank her after we return to the demon region. The few of them nodded. The most important thing now was to bring back the demon god skeleton. Someone is chasing us. At this moment, a rat demonic beast with bat wings spoke. Oh! The nine-tailed fox was slightly surprised. How many people? Just one. One? All the demonic beasts were astonished. A cold glint flashed across the bloodshot eyes of the violent, revered demon, Lord Yen Luo. What audacity! Wait for me to crush that ignorant thing. He immediately turned around. Interesting. The nine-tailed fox chuckled lightly and said with a cold and arrogant gaze, I'm curious who ignored my warning. You guys go first. I'll be right back. Swoosh. With that, Junjanga's figure flashed backward, like a spirit goose returning to its cage. He left an elegant afterimage in the void and did not greet revered demon Lord Yen Luo. Revered demon Lord Yen Luo was stunned and cursed unhappily. This fox is really unreasonable. What's so great about being handsome? The other 3 demon venerables also smiled. The nine-tailed fox had always been like this. It was normal for a naturally cold and aloof race to behave this way. At this moment, Chu Hen was tailing the demon clan troops all the way back. He did not dare to get too close, and at the same time, he did not dare to stay too far away. Although he knew that he had no hope of rescuing Mu Feng by himself, he did not want to leave him behind. Putting aside his years of friendship with Mu Feng was trapped because he wanted to help him find Luo Mengchang. Even if the probability was 1 in a billion, he had to try. Chu Hen's eyes were filled with determination, and he could not help but speed up again. However, at this moment, an extremely dangerous aura suddenly attacked him. Not good. Chu Hen's expression changed. Before he could react, the mountain range in front of him suddenly collapsed like a giant beast rushing through the wilderness. Rumble! The mountain range exploded and the airflow poured in. A sword rainbow with a majestic aura charged straight at him. The sword's momentum was shocking, and it shook the heavens. The rolling airflow intertwined. Wherever it went, the mountains and forests were crushed, and a huge ravine constantly extended on the ground. In just the blink of an eye, the peerless sword beam had already reached him. There was no way to avoid it. In a hurry, a thick, demonic purple light appeared in Chu Hen's eyes, and a powerful force that emitted rapid energy. Fluctuations surged out. Punishment shield. Buzz! The airflow between heaven and earth rapidly intertwined, and waves of purple light intertwined. In an instant, a solid purple light shield blocked in front of Chu Hen. The incomparably swift and fierce sword pillar solidly collided with the light shield. Chu Hen's heart tightly trembled. Bang! A heaven-shaking, muffled sound rang out. A heavy wave of air covered the sky and covered the earth. In the center of the light shield, a huge gap was impressively broken open. Chu Hen was shocked. This was the first time. For the first time, the punishment shield could not even withstand a single blow. The difference in strength was actually so great. The cold offensive went all the way down, like a hot knife through butter. As Chu Hen quickly retreated, he stretched out his left hand and connected the 7 stars in his palm. The bright stars burst out with a dazzling divine light. The endless power of the stars surged rapidly, and violent power erupted like a volcano. Boom! The two incomparably violent forces once again collided, and the dazzling light swept the world. Mountain torrents collided and meteorites collided. The shocking power surged and erupted in the void. The sky lost its color, and the mountains and rivers were about to split. An earth-shattering violent shock wave swept across the lofty mountains and precipitous ridges below, causing numerous mountain peaks and precipitous ridges to collapse with a loud bang. Thunderclaps and storms surged like billowing waves. Whoosh! The crisp sword momentum made a soft sound. Jun Jianga stood calmly at the top of the mountain, looking at the chaotic power storm in front of him with an indifferent expression. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were as cold as frost. He turned around indifferently and was ready to leave. However, just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked back sideways and saw a young figure with a slightly disheveled figure but extraordinary temperament. He flew over and steadily landed on the opposite peak. There were many small wounds on Chu Hen's face, and the purple light on his body was flowing, looking evil. There was also a faint layer of black light floating behind him. The black light was attached to his back and shoulders, like a layer of shadow covering his back, revealing a mysterious aura. The two looked at each other from afar. The airflow in the air was undulating and constantly accelerating. Not dead, Jun Jianga raised his gaze slightly, looking at Chu Hen's handsome face with a sliver of curiosity. When he saw the pair of purple eyes on his opponent's face, the nine-tailed fox's face, which had been cold and aloof for 1,000 years, showed some astonishment. Chapter 1097. The Demon Eye Clan. The moment their gazes met, the airflow in the air seemed to tremble a little. When Jun Jianga saw Chu Hen's pupils, which were emitting a demonic purple light, a little astonishment quietly surfaced on his cold and aloof face. Chu Hen's eyes were as cold as frost. The power in his body was constantly circulating, and his vigorous aura was like underground magma that was brewing. The cultivation of the person in front of him was strong and unfathomable. He did not dare to be careless even for a little bit. However, something unexpected happened to Chu Hen. He saw that the demonic power released by the other party was slowly converging at the same time. The long sword in his hand condensed into a wisp of fluorescent light and disappeared in his palm. You! Chu Hen was stunned and looked at Jun Jianga in confusion. What was the other party doing? Jun Jianga raised his eyes slightly, and his tone of voice was surprisingly gentle. He asked, "Why did you chase me?" The corners of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly, but he remained vigilant. "You captured my friend." "Oh?" Jun Jianga was slightly surprised. "The person in the cage?" "That's right. What do you want to do with him?" "Bring him back to the demon region." Chu Hen was shocked, and a solemn look appeared on his face. If Mu Feng was brought back to the demon region, there would be no turning back. Chu Hen stared coldly at the other party's bewitching face, and the 5 black dots in the depths of his pupils emitted an obscure power fluctuation. "You can't beat me." Jun Jianga said calmly, "Even if you have one of the 10 strongest bloodlines, the demon, I holy body," the indifferent words were like needles that pierced straight into his heart. Chu Hen's mind suddenly trembled, as if a secret that he had hidden for many years had suddenly been seen through, and he was inexplicably caught off guard. "I know." Chu Hen's answer was exceptionally straightforward. "If that's the case, why did you chase me?" Chu Hen didn't answer the nine-tailed fox's question. "You're thinking that while we're retreating, there might be human powerhouses coming to intercept us. By then you can take advantage of the chaos to save your friends." Blood on the first prick. His words hit the mark. The other party had clearly seen through Chu Hen's thoughts. At the same time, Chu Hen was shocked in his heart. Not only does this nine-tailed fox possess unfathomable strength, even its thoughts are extraordinarily meticulous in front of him. She was still too inexperienced. Why did you retract your sword? Chu Hen asked in a deep voice. Since the other party had already seen through his thoughts, he could very well kill him with a single sword strike. There was no need for him to continue speaking nonsense here. It's very simple. I've already struck once. Jun Jianga answered. He had already unleashed a sword? Chu Hen was stunned, and he couldn't help but feel that it was strange. At the same time, he exuded an innate arrogance and aloofness. After a brief moment of shock, Chu Hen came to a realization. The other party had no intention of unleashing a second sword strike, because there was too much of a difference in their realms. In Jun Jianga's eyes, one sword strike was enough. If it were an opponent of the same level, Jun Jianga would naturally unleash a second strike without hesitation. But for Chu Hen, who was only in the 9th level of the Heaven Profound Realm, even if the other party was not dead, he would not unleash a second strike. This was the arrogance and demeanor of the 9-tailed spirit. Although he knew that Jun Jianga wouldn't kill him, Chu Hen was still quite displeased. It was not that the other party couldn't kill him, but that he was too lazy to do so. There's another reason. Jun Jianga's eyes flickered with a hint of malevolence. Our fates are somewhat similar. Us? Fate? Similar? When those words came out of Jun Jianga's mouth, Chu Hen was stunned. With a move of his body, he instantly flashed to the peak where Jun Jianga was. The two of them stood facing each other and subconsciously pointed at each other and himself. Puzzled, he asked, "What did you just say?" "Me, us? What fate?" Looking at Chu Hen's bewildered expression, Jun Jianga could not help but understand. "I see. What do you mean, I see? Tell me clearly, do you know me? Or..." Chu Hen raised his hand to point at his own face, his voice inexplicably trembling. "Or do you know this pair of eyes? Wow." At this moment, Chu Hen's heart was in an uproar. It was as if a bright and beautiful shooting star had suddenly streaked across the silent night sky. He was eager to know where the meteor came from and where it was headed. However, Jun Jianga's answer did not bring any excitement to Chu Hen. He said, "I don't know you. I've never come into contact with anyone around you." "Then did you just say that our fates are similar?" "About this, you need to find the answer yourself," Jun Jianga said faintly. The meteor that streaked across the night sky hurriedly disappeared into the boundless darkness. However, Chu Hen's heart could not calm down no matter how hard he tried. He looked at Jun Jianga's cold and arrogant face and was sure that it was indeed the first time he met him. Moreover, the other party did not have any intention of showing mercy with that sword just now. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, a few hurried sounds of wind breaking were hurriedly chasing in this direction. "There he is." "I see Chu Hen." The familiar voices came from Haozi and Han Ichuan. Because they were too worried, the three of them finally chased after him all the way. However, before the three of them could finish their joy, their faces suddenly turned pale again. They saw a slender and evil figure standing in front of Chu Hen. "It's that fox!" What we were afraid of really happened. The few of them clearly remembered how terrifying that fox was just a moment ago. Even so, the three of them still bit the bullet and flew to Chu Hen's side. At the same time, they stared at Jun Jianga as if they were facing a formidable enemy. "Chu Hen, are you okay?" At this moment, the energy wave released from Chu Hen's body had long been restrained. He forcibly suppressed his chaotic mind and shook his head to the three people behind him, indicating that he was fine. They were slightly relieved, but they were also surprised. How could the two people in front of them stand so harmoniously here? Did they know each other? Han Ichuan and Haozi looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, Qiao Shaoan stared at Jun Jianga's face and could not help but be a little distracted. Next to her, Han Ichuan nudged her with his elbow and whispered, "You're almost drooling." "Don't be so embarrassing." Qiao Shaoan quickly retracted her gaze and then glared at Han Ichuan. "Humph. You're the one who's embarrassing." Then she muttered in a low voice, "You men are allowed to look at beauties, but we women are not allowed to look at handsome men." Next to them, Han Chuan and Haozi shook their heads secretly. She was still thinking about such things at a time like this. This girl's heart was too big. Chapter 1098. It's actually an ancestral butterfly. Jun Jianga, the fox of the Green Mountains, uttered a voice with a hint of surprise. Chu Hen and Han Chuan were both stunned, their faces filled with astonishment. Haozi, on the other hand, looked confused. Ancestral butterfly? What ancestral butterfly? Xiao Xiaowan's eyes lit up. She took a step forward and looked at him excitedly. "Are you talking about me? Do you know who I am?" Jun Jianga couldn't help but be a little stunned. A demon eye and an ancestral butterfly didn't know his secret? "Don't you know that you're a demon?" "What, demon?" Haozi shouted again, full of shock. He looked at the calm Chu Hen and Han Chuan again, and his heart was suddenly in turmoil. "Don't tell me the two of you already knew? Can you stop messing around?" Xiao Xiaowan pushed Haozi away and continued to ask Jun Jianga, "What kind of demon beast is the ancestral butterfly you mentioned just now?" After all, the main purpose of Xiao Xiaowan leaving the victorious East State was to unravel the mystery of her birth. Ever since she was young, she knew that she was different from others. Jun Jianga nodded slightly. The ancestral butterfly is an insect ant when it's young and a butterfly when it's mature insect ant? Chu Hen and Han Chuan looked at each other. After hearing what Jun Jianga said, now that they thought about it, Xiao Xiaowan's original form at that time was indeed a bit like a giant ant beast. In that case, Xiao Xiaowan was very likely to be the ancestral butterfly that Jun Jianga mentioned. If it's really an ancestral butterfly, then it's amazing. Han Chuan shook his head and said in a low voice, "That's a very powerful demon beast race." As someone from the Nine Heaven Pavilion, it was only natural that Han Chuan had heard of the ancestral butterfly. The ancestral butterfly race had an extremely noble bloodline. He was born to be one of the best among the demons. Jun Jianga did not deny what Han Chuan had said, nor did he say anything more. Xiao Xiaowan quickly asked, "Can you tell me where they are?" Everyone's eyes were focused on Jun Jianga, since the other party was able to see through Xiao Xiaowan's identity with a single glance. Then he must have had some contact with the ancestral butterfly clan, so he should have some clues about this. Just a moment ago, the atmosphere on both sides was extremely tense. The few of them looked at Jun Jianga as if he was facing a formidable enemy. In the blink of an eye, he had already regarded the other party as a pathfinder. This change was a little too fast. Jun Jianga pondered for a moment before saying, "I don't know where the ancestral butterfly's demon nest is. You don't know?" His heart immediately sank. But Jun Jianga continued. Everyone's heartstrings tightened again. "I once saw an ancestor butterfly in the Kunchi mountain area of the Midland." The extinguished hope was rekindled, and Xiao Xiaowan's eyes shone with excitement. "Kunchi mountain. That's great. Thank you. Thank you so much." She happily hugged Chu Hen's arm next to her, and then patted Han Chuan's arm. She was innocent and exceptionally cute. However, this happy event did not improve the mood of the few of them. Chu Hen smiled slightly, and melancholy once again shrouded his eyebrows, especially Haozi, who had not smiled from beginning to end. The reason was very simple. Mu Feng was still in their hands. Soon, Xiao Xiaowan also realized this. She subconsciously took 2 steps back, keeping a certain distance from Jun Jianga. The atmosphere became tense again. There was an inexplicable anxiety. "Senior, thank you for telling us this, but I still don't want to give up my friend like this," Chu Hen said in a low voice. "The outcome has been decided, and you can't change it." Jun Jianga's eyes were calm, and he had no intention of drawing his sword again. He said to Chu Hen, "The Monster Clan's army has already passed Heaven Ravine Peak. Even if the human experts come to stop them, they can't change the situation." Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and he could not help but clench his fists. At this moment, Jun Jianga continued, I will protect him from death. Protect him from death? The few of them's eyes lit up. Is it the demon emperor's skeleton? Chu Hen asked. This is also surprising to me. Jun Jianga's eyebrows flashed with doubt. Logically, ordinary people can't withstand the powerful demon power in the demon emperor's skeleton, but he is still alive. After we take the demon emperor's skeleton, I will send him out of the monster clan. Chu Hen was secretly shocked. It seemed that things had not reached the point of no return. Was it because of Mu Fang's sword demon bloodline boundary? How long will it take to take the demon emperor's skeleton? I'm not sure. Maybe a few months, maybe a few years. Of course, if we kill him directly, it will be very fast. Jun Jianga's words shocked the four of them. You can rest assured. Since I promised you to protect him from death, I won't use the last method. However, if he can't withstand the impact of the demon emperor's skeleton's power and explode, I won't take any responsibility. Jun Jianga had already put it this way. If Chu Hen still did not accept it, he would be too insensible. With just the four of them, they might not be able to reach the monster clan. Not to mention that Chu Hen still had other things to do, so he could not delay this matter any longer. After a long period of hesitation, Chu Hen finally chose to believe the other party. After all, with the Fox of Green Hills' cold and aloof character, there was no need for him to talk nonsense with them here. I'll leave this matter to you, Senior. The spirit of Green Hill always keeps his word. Jun Jianga replied indifferently, I've delayed this world for too long. It's time for me to leave. Wait. Suddenly, Haozi called out to him. Everyone was puzzled. Haozi said very solemnly, I want to go to the monster clan with you. What? Everyone was startled. Haozi turned to look at Chu Hen. If I had clenched my teeth and persevered a little more, I might have been able to pull Mu Feng out of the blood pool, and there wouldn't have been so many things later. This time, I'll go to the monster clan to watch over him. If he survives, we'll both come back together. If he unfortunately dies, I'll collect his corpse. Hearing the last sentence, the hearts of Chu Hen and the others were all touched. After saying that, Haozi begged Jun Jianga again. Senior, please take me to the monster clan. I'll behave myself and never cause trouble. However, Jun Jianga did not answer and turned to leave. He had only taken 2 steps, but in the next second he had flashed several miles away. Seeing this, Haozi immediately said to Chu Hen, You must find Miss Meng Chang. Her matter can't be delayed. Don't worry, leave Mu Feng to me. Chu Hen nodded solemnly. You must come back safe and sound. Of course. Haozi raised his fist and knocked on his chest, then nodded at the 3 of them. He immediately moved and chased after Jun Jianga as fast as he could. Looking at the backs of the 2 gradually disappearing into the sky, the 3 of them were silent for a long time. Mu Feng and Haozi were good friends that Chu Hen had known since they were in Tensei Prefecture of the Sacred Star Dynasty. Along the way, they had been through thick and thin together. Hopefully they could return safely. Don't worry. I believe that Mu Feng won't be so short-lived. A scourge lives for 1,000 years. Qiao Shaowan comforted Chu Hen. Chu Hen could not help but laugh, and the gloominess in his eyes dissipated. Looking back, the huge tomb of immortals and demons seemed to have returned to its previous tranquility overnight. The change of Yama King's tomb, the opening of the Demon Emperor's tomb, the fierce battle between the major forces and the demon clan had quietly come to an end. I wonder where Old Man West Wind, Sister Xuan Xuan, and Little Yao are. Qiao Shaowan said casually. Han Yichuan looked up and said, According to the previous agreement, if they are not in the tomb of immortals and demons, they should have gone directly to the Deep Star Prefecture. Deep Star Prefecture! The 3rd and final place where he could appear. There was also the Wild Sword Ancient Land. I wonder if Guyu has any gains? Everything seemed to fill Chu Hen's mind with question marks. Let's stay for one more day. After confirming that they are not there, we will go to the Deep Star Prefecture, Chu Hen said. The two nodded in agreement. The demon clan army left, and the human experts of the various forces also withdrew. On a secluded peak, a beautiful figure with an otherworldly temperament quietly watched the departure of the Fox of Green Hill, Jun Jungha. Finally, her eyes turned to one of the three figures in the rear area. Behind the mask, her clear eyes were like water, rippling with shallow and complicated emotions. Then, a strange distortion appeared in the space, and a wisp of golden air vortex spun rapidly around her. She immediately disappeared on the spot, hiding between heaven and earth. Clouds and mist lingered, and the forest was deep and dangerous. Towering peaks towered into the clouds like pillars that supported the heavens. Broken cliffs could be seen everywhere. Dragon pythons were entrenched, giant beasts were crawling, and white bones were everywhere, forming a path of bones. This was an extremely desolate place, and at the same time it was an extremely ancient ruin. Ferocious creatures lurking in the shadows exuded a strong aura of danger. At this moment, a figure wrapped in a loose black robe stepped into this savage land. Under the cover of the black robe, it was impossible to see the figure's height, but from the few strands of long hair hanging down her neck and the fair skin on her cheeks, it could be determined that this was a woman. She walked out of the thick fog, walking alone in this ancient wasteland. The dry bones under her feet gave off a crisp sound of cracking. From time to time, a few strange howls sounded from the depths of the forest. Even during the day, this place was still frightening. She quietly walked forward, stepping over one treacherous land after another. She walked past the forest, the poisonous swamp, the cliff. She was unhurried and unhurried. After an unknown period of time, an ancient ruin that had long been eroded by wind and rain appeared in front of her. It was a desolate 1,000-year-old ruin with huge collapsed stone pillars, dilapidated fortresses. Corpses and broken weapons could be seen everywhere. She quietly walked to the ancient plaza in front of the ruin. She walked all the way up the stairs. The surroundings were silent. The cold wind blew through the eaves and windows, making the sound of the wailing of the dead. "It should be here," the woman murmured softly. Then she put her palms together and intersected her fingers to form a seal. A vast and surging aura spread out like a tidal wave. The sky changed color, and dark clouds covered the sky. Accompanied by the rapid airflow, countless beautiful lines suddenly flashed on this ancient wasteland. Streaks of intertwining light patterns shot out like lightning. The ancient and mysterious talisman array was quietly activated after 1,000 years. Thunder roared, storms raged, and fierce winds howled. In an instant, the world spun, and an incomparably huge talisman array shockingly appeared in the sky above this ruin. Rumble, the mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, and the buildings collapsed. Sharp cracks rapidly spread from the ground. The ground cracked, and waves of air filled the sky. Rocks of all sizes fell, the earth rapidly expanded, and a huge crack that spanned hundreds of feet appeared on the plaza. The woman's figure moved, and she directly plunged into the abyss. The bottomless abyss was like a boundless netherworld. Many complex and mysterious talismans constantly swayed in the air. Hua! Suddenly, an incomparably dazzling white light rushed toward her like a torrent, instantly submerging the woman in black. Then the woman seemed to have fallen into a chaotic world where heaven and earth were not divided. Heaven and earth were connected, and thousands of stars seemed to be within reach. The woman flew toward the deepest part of this chaotic area, like a shooting star shuttling through the universe. Rumble! Immediately after, a chaotic storm of turbulence swept over, wreaking havoc in all directions. The black-clothed woman composed herself and looked up, only to see a majestic nebula vortex slowly stirring above the vast sky. The power around the vortex was extremely violent and chaotic. The space inside was distorted and pitch black, spatial cracks constantly flickered. And below the spatial vortex floated an ancient stone platform. Around the stone platform, a torrent-like cyclone storm gathered. The woman in black's gaze penetrated the cyclone storm and directly reached the heart of the stone platform, where a quiet and elegant figure with a delicate aura, quiet as if in a dream, beautiful and moving. Chapter 1099. Midland, Chinching Province. After more than 10 days of trekking over mountains and rivers, traversing over mountains and ridges, and passing through several cities on the way, Chu Hen, Hani Chuan, and Qiao Shaowan finally arrived at their final destination, the hidden Sky City. Outside the majestic city gate, Chu Hen held a map in his hand. On the map, the location of the city was clearly marked. It should be here. Chu Hen's voice was slightly gloomy as he spoke. His words revealed a trace of hope and expectation. I wonder if Yi Yao and the others are here yet? Qiao Shaowan asked casually. Let's go in first. With a bit of expectation, the three of them walked into the city. In the Midland, there were many provinces, tens of thousands of clans, and tens of thousands of sections. The distribution of clans and sects was the most complicated. The land was vast, and the resources were innumerable. The top geniuses in this city were like thousands of stars in the sky. The hidden Sky City, as one of the main cities of the Chinching province, had a very exotic culture. The buildings standing on both sides of the street all had their own unique styles. It was prosperous and bustling with people and carriages. Stalls for trading could be seen everywhere on the street. However, at first glance, most of the people who set up these stalls were not ordinary peddlers. Judging from their clothes, they seemed to be disciples of powerful clans. The items placed in front of them were all spirit pills, rare ores, and other valuable treasures. This street is a bit different from the one in the victorious East Province. Qiao Shaowan curiously observed the surroundings. Han Yichuan nodded and said, "That's true." Because of the fierce competition between all the powerful sects in the Midland, with a slight carelessness, one could easily fall behind the others. Even some talented martial geniuses couldn't avoid the fate of a flash in the pan. Therefore, most of the people who grew up in the Midland would try their best to improve their cultivation. This is too hard. Hee. The path of cultivation has never been easy. My Sherfu also said that the Midland can be counted as the true place of cultivation. In the truest sense, it was a place of cultivation. Hearing this, Chu Hen also nodded his head in agreement. In comparison, the young generation in the Midland was indeed better. For example, Li Yuanliang, Lu Wuyue, Xiaomeng Li Yanqing, and the others in the Immortal and Devil Tomb. All of them were talented geniuses. Where are they? Qiao Shaowan said, a bit bored. Just at this time, Chu Hen's figure suddenly stopped. His footsteps stopped in front of a restaurant with classical decorations. They are here. Oh! Hani Chuan and Qiao Shaowan's eyes lit up. They looked at each other, and the former asked, "How did you know?" Chu Hen pointed at a string of patterns on the wall outside of the restaurant. The two of them focused and looked at it. It was not an ordinary pattern, but a rune that was combined together. When I was at Mount Kunliu, Senior Westwind had taught me these runes. Are you serious? There's so many cultivators here. What if they were carved by someone else? Qiao Shaowan expressed her doubts. Try it, and you will know. Chu Hen's gaze slightly twitched as he took a step forward. Then he slowly extended his palm, and a strand of beautiful soft light was released from his palm. Buzz, wisps of Reiki energy flowed out and coiled around the patterns on the wall. Along with the slight trembling of the airwaves, the patterns on the wall were instantly lit up and emitted a beautiful light. Swoosh! In the next moment, a few hurried sounds of wind breaking could be heard. Then, a sweet voice filled with surprise came into the ears of the three. Big brother Chu Hen, wow, The familiar voice made Chu Hen, Hani Chuan, and Xiao Xiaowan's hearts light up. Xiao Yao! As soon as Chu Hen turned around, a nimble and delicate figure directly pounced on him. Big brother Chu Hen, you are finally here. We have been waiting for more than half a month. Chu Hen smiled a little speechlessly. At the same time, he looked to the front and saw Shi Fingzi and Long Xuanchuang had also arrived. Shi Fingzi smiled and nodded. Long Xuanchuang's beautiful eyes were filled with faint wrinkles, and the worry that had yet to completely fade could be seen between her brows. It was obvious that during this period of time, she had been worried about Chu Hen a lot. Cough, cough. Xiao Xiaowan pretended to cough twice. I say, Xiao Yao, you only have your big brother Chu Hen in your eyes. Don't you see us? Of course I see you guys. Yi Yao smiled a little embarrassedly and then stretched out her little hand. Welcome back. TSK, no sincerity at all. You two are hugging and hugging on the street. So shameless. Haha, wait for me. I'm coming to hug you now. After saying that, Yi Yao pounced on Xiao Xiaowan. The latter did not dodge. At the same time, she giggled and pouted. Hey, hey, go away, little vixen. The two's funny behavior made the others chuckle. Oh yeah, why are there only 3 of you? Where are the little bastard and the little mouse? Shi Fingzi asked. The little bastard and little mouse he mentioned were naturally Mu Feng and Haozi. Chu Hen and Hani Chuan looked at each other. The former nodded slightly with a serious expression. Seeing Chu Hen's expression, Yi Yao stopped fooling around. What's wrong, big brother Chu Hen? Did something happen to big brother Mu Feng and Haozi? Chu Hen shook his head and said, This is not the place to talk. Everyone nodded. Shi Fingzi said, Let's go to the place to stay. Not long after, they arrived at a luxurious and imposing mansion. There was a courtyard in front and a pavilion at the back. In the courtyard, there were exotic flowers and plants competing with each other, and their fragrance was enchanting. Meow. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, they heard a soft meow of a cat. Then an agile cat with a black and white pattern on its head and a Tai Chi pattern on its face walked out while wagging its tail. Noni, look, big brother Chu Hen is back, Yi Yao said as she stretched out her hands. Meow. The black and white cat obediently jumped into Yi Yao's arms and meowed at Chu Hen. Noni, long time no see. Chu Hen smiled and rubbed the cat's head. The black and white cat was also a yin-yang beast. This beast was owned by the young city, Lord Qi Jueshin, when he passed by Whale Island City. After a series of changes, the yin-yang beast also recognized Yi Yao as its new owner. Wait, such a big place. Are only the 3 of you living here? Han Yichuan's attention was still on the luxurious environment of the mansion. Yes. Long Xuanchuang nodded. No way. Aren't you living too well? I thought you were living in a restaurant. I didn't expect it to be so luxurious. That's right, that's right. Xiao Xiaowan was also surprised. Even Chu Hen revealed a look of astonishment. What? This is a gift from Hidden Sky City's city, Lord to Senior West Wind. We are just basking in his glory, Yi Yao hurriedly explained. A gift for Shi Fingzi? The 3 of them were even more startled. Why? Han Chuan asked. Senior West Wind helped them repair a divine artifact. Half a month ago, Shi Fingzi, Long Xuanchuang, and Yi Yao came to Hidden Sky City. There were many cultivators in the city, and there were many requirements for elixirs, weapons, talisman arrays, and so on. However, these were Shi Fingzi's strong points. At that time, he happened to hear the city lord's mansion send out a notice, seeking pattern artists to repair weapons. On a whim, Shi Fingzi went to take the test. Who would have thought that when all the other spell engravers failed, only Shi Fingzi would show his talent and complete the mission given by the city lord's mansion. The city lord was overjoyed and rewarded him with many rewards. This mansion was one of them. I see. Everyone was enlightened. And at the same time, They looked at Shi Fengzi with admiration. Shi Fengzi was a little proud, but he also sighed with a little disappointment. It's a pity that Mu Feng and Haozi didn't come. Although Shi Fengzi kept calling them little bastards, he was actually quite fond of the two youngsters who were like clowns. It was only the absence of the two of them that made him feel a little disappointed. The three of them looked at Chu Hen with questioning eyes again. Chu Hen also let out a long sigh of relief and nodded. We encountered some trouble at the Immortal and Devil Tomb. Immediately, Chu Hen told them everything that happened from Mu Feng and Haozi accidentally entering the Demon Emperor's tomb. The former fell into the blood pool and was forcibly possessed by the Demon Emperor's skeleton. Then the battle between humans and demonic beasts, and finally meeting the Green Hill Fox. Jun Jianga, after listening to him, the few of them were extremely shocked. Their expressions became more and more solemn. They never expected that Mu Feng would be involved in that storm during the trip to the Immortal and Devil Tomb. Sigh. Shi Fengzi shook his head and sighed. If I knew the situation would be so complicated, I wouldn't have let them act alone. The others sighed softly. Is that Green Hill Fox reliable? Yi Yao asked. Chu Hen shook his head uncertainly. I don't know, but we have no choice but to trust him. He should be trustworthy. The Green Hill Fox clan has been famous for being cold and aloof since ancient times. Since he personally promised, he will most likely keep his word. After all, Shi Fengzi had lived for so long that he had heard of the name of the Green Hill Fox. The only thing that made him suspicious was why such a prideful race would make a promise to a nobody like Chu Hen. However, Chu Hen had more than one or two secrets. It was precisely because the other party was Chu Hen that Shi Fengzi had no need to ask further. Don't worry, the two of them will be fine. Long Xuan comforted Chu Hen softly. Chu Hen smiled faintly. Then a deep light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 1100. You've been here for so long. Have you found any clues about Meng Chong? After informing Mu Feng and Haozi of what had happened in the Immortal and Devil Tomb, Chu Hen looked at Shi Fengzi and the other two with a deep gaze. Long Xuan and Yi Yao frowned slightly as they looked at Shi Fengzi solemnly. The latter looked up slightly and nodded. I've asked the city governor's estate to help me find the places where your little girlfriend might appear. After a series of investigations, we've locked onto a place where... Chu Hen's eyes lit up. Shi Fengzi turned to face the southwest. There's a Qilin cave 1,500 kilometers away from Hidden Sky City. It's a place with the most chaotic energy, and it's extremely easy for it to distort space and form cracks. Qilin Cave? Chu Hen clenched his fists slightly as his eyes lit up. Tell me the details. According to the city governor's estate, and we've asked many nearby residents, we found out that the Qilin Cave is a dangerous place that has existed for tens of thousands of years. It's said that a black Qilin had fallen in the Qilin Cave a long time ago. Black Qilin? The expressions of Chu Hen and the others changed slightly. That was an ancient and ferocious divine beast. It sounded a little frightening. Rumor has it that after the black Qilin died, its remaining soul and beast blood were attached to the magma in the cave. After countless years of absorbing the mystical flame's energy in the magma, it finally transformed into a powerful demon soul. Long Xuan said, These rumors are all information that Little Yao and I obtained from searching everywhere. However, after we personally went to investigate, we didn't see the so-called Black Qilin. You've already been there? Chu Hen frowned slightly. The three of them nodded. But Long Xuan continued, Because the temperature in the Qilin Cave is very high, Little Yao and I did not go too deep. Senior West Wind explored it alone. I didn't reach the innermost part either. Shi Fengzi answered honestly. The temperature of the flames inside was too fierce, and even my runic shield couldn't withstand it. I had no choice but to retreat halfway. Upon hearing this, Chu Hen's frown deepened. He was not disappointed that the few of them returned without any success, but he was worried that if Luo Mengchong was really in that place, it would not bode well for them. At the thought of this, Chu Hen couldn't sit still anymore. He immediately asked, "Where is the specific location of that place?" No one was surprised by Chu Hen's anxiety. After all, to him, every minute and every second was probably torture. "Let's go together." Long Xuan said softly. About half an hour later, 6 beams of light streaked across the sky like shooting arrows, then steadily landed on the peak of a mountain. What appeared in front of them was a vast mountain range. As far as the eye could see, most of the mountain ranges had white peaks, and a few of them were still spewing out thick smoke. This was an active volcanic zone, and the area within a radius of nearly 10,000 kilometers was being roasted by the high temperature. The scorching hot air hit them in the face, and the earth stone mine showed a deep red color. One could imagine how shocking the temperature of the surface was. Looking at the mountain range that looked like a dragon crawling on the ground, Han Ichuan's expression changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "There's not a single plant. It's a bit scary." Chu Hen did not care about this at all and asked, "Where is the entrance to the Qilin cave?" "Over there." Yi Yao raised her finger and pointed. It was where 2 cliffs faced each other, and in the middle was a huge abyss from which flames were spewing from time to time. "It's said that there are other entrances. Let's look for them." Long Xuan said softly, "No need, I'll go in from there." "I'll go with you," Shi Fingzi said. "We can work together to set up a more powerful defensive runic shield." Chu Hen still shook his head. "I appreciate Senior's good intentions, but we have not figured out the situation inside, so I'll go in alone first." "That's fine too," Shi Fingzi replied. The others did not say anything else. After all, everyone knew the difference in strength between them and Chu Hen. Under such circumstances, it was more convenient for him to move alone. "Big brother Chu Hen, be careful," Yi Yao said. "Okay." Chu Hen agreed and nodded towards everyone. Soon after, his figure moved, leaving behind an afterimage in the air as he flew towards the crack of the deep abyss in front of him. As soon as he got close to the entrance, a scalding hot wind directly attacked him. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and the true yuan in his body immediately formed a protective layer outside his body. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Chu Hen directly dove into the abyss. Below the cliff, there was a sea of flames. Under the raging flames, the molten lava was like a fire dragon hiding underground, causing people to avoid it. After a few hundred meters, a dark cave entrance appeared in front of him. The deep entrance was like a door to another world. Chu Hen dove in without hesitation. After continuously moving forward and sinking, in an instant, a deep red underground lava world appeared in front of Chu Hen's eyes. It was a huge karst cave. It could be said to be unusually vast and spectacular, and the space inside was much wider than he had imagined. It was like a natural cave or an underground ancient ruin. Lava flowed below, and scorching hot bubbles rose from it. Even the space was warped by the heat. What a terrifying temperature! Chu Hen was secretly shocked. Even with the protection of true yuan, the scalding heat still seeped deep into his skin, as if all the water in his body was about to evaporate. Would Mengshan be in a place like this? He did not dare to imagine. With a lot of uneasiness and some expectations, Chu Hen stepped on the air and directly flew toward the deepest part of the cave. The deeper he went, the wider the world inside the cave became. Huge stone pillars supported this vast underground world. Strange rocks were rugged, and the cave was like a mansion. From time to time, scattered rocks would fall into the lava below and instantly melt into a ball of liquid. The increasingly fierce temperature continuously attacked the true yuan on the surface of Chu Hen's body. Punishment armor. Chu Hen secretly shouted. Buzz, one after another, gorgeous purple light beams blossomed from Chu Hen's body like flying tassels. Light and shadow interweaved and revolved around, covering Chu Hen's body. Then it quickly solidified, transforming into a purple battle armor overflowing with light and color. It was a battle armor forged with the power of a 5-star demon eye. In an instant, all the impact of the high temperature was blocked outside. A cold light flashed in Chu Hen's eyes, and he once again rushed deeper into the cave. He searched along the way, but did not find anything. Suddenly, the low roar of a ferocious beast could be vaguely heard. Chu Hen was slightly shocked. What was that just now? Slightly tilting his body to the left, Chu Hen hesitated for a moment, then searched in the direction of the roar. After a while, Chu Hen arrived at an even more vast cave. Huge stone pillars stood erect from the bottom of the magma. Like a stone forest, there were wide entrances to the front, back, left, and right of the cave. Then, Chu Hen's eyes fell on a wall inside the cave. The walls were engraved with strange, beastly patterns. The beast patterns looked ferocious, with sharp fangs and claws. Extremely powerful. Roar! At this moment, another roar came. This time, Chu Hen heard it clearly. The sound was similar to the roar of a lion, but more majestic and domineering than a male lion. It had a kind of intimidating power that could directly shock one's mind. Rumble! Just as Chu Hen's heart was perplexed, suddenly the earth trembled. The magma at the core of the earth below surged like a tide. Rumble! A wave of vast and vigorous flame, aura, suddenly surged out from the depths of the inner cavern. Accompanying it was an incomparably ferocious and majestic aura. Chu Hen was shocked. Before he could react, a ferocious beast wrapped in raging flames rushed out of a cave on the side of the cave. Chapter 1101. Roar! Surging flames directly gushed out from one of the caves on the side of the cave, accompanied by an extremely deafening roar. A terrifying, ferocious creature wrapped in raging flames directly charged out of the cave. In an instant, magma splashed wantonly in the cave, and the tide of fire below was like a raging dragon, splashing up into the sky. Chu Hen was alarmed. His figure immediately moved, flashing to the stone pillar forest in front of him at his fastest speed. He restrained all of his aura and hid behind a stone pillar. The sudden appearance of such a ferocious creature with such a terrifying aura in the vast underground lava world truly shocked Chu Hen. However, before Chu Hen could compose himself, another 3 bitingly cold and powerful auras flew out from the other caves on the rock walls. The 3 auras charged towards the ferocious creature from 3 sides. "Ha! Evil creature! I want to see where you'll run to this time." A cold laughter filled with ridicule sounded out. The corners of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly. He slightly extended his gaze and saw 3 extravagantly dressed young men with extraordinary temperaments blocking a ferocious beast in a triangular formation. The ferocious creature's entire body was wrapped in scarlet-red flames, and within the red flames there was a layer of dark black flames surrounded by the black flames. It was a ferocious creature that was 20 to 30 meters in size. Its body was like an elk, and its huge head was like a lion's with antlers. Its eyes were fierce like a tiger's, and its entire body was covered in dense black scales that emitted a cold luster like armor. Black Qilin? Chu Hen's pupils shrank slightly. There was indeed a black Qilin hidden in the Qilin cave. Although the size of the black Qilin was not outstanding, its body seemed to have the noble aura of a king that only a supreme race possessed. Just this aura alone was enough to make countless demonic beasts in the world submit at its feet. However, what surprised Chu Hen was not the existence of the black Qilin, but the 3 young men who blocked its way. "Evil creature, isn't it better to surrender?" The speaker was a man dressed in luxurious, embroidered clothes. His gaze was as sharp as lightning, and his entire body emitted the sharpness of a venomous snake. The other person chuckled lightly. "Young A.O., this guy has the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. He won't just let us take him down." Although the person who spoke had a gentle expression on his face, the corners of his eyes gleamed brightly, giving off the feeling that he was a smiling tiger. At the same time, the other party's body was emitting extremely strong Reiki energy fluctuations. One could imagine that this person was a powerful pattern artist. The aura emitted by the last person was the thickest, and he directly confronted the black Qilin. His bearing was extraordinary, and his eyes were deep and prideful. He was undoubtedly the strongest amongst the three. Roar! The black Qilin's eyes were filled with warning and ferocity as it glared at the young man in front of it. The latter crossed his arms in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. There was a playful look on his face. Are you going to surrender obediently, or do you want me to do it myself? Roar! As soon as the words left its mouth, the black Qilin instantly erupted with a monstrous rage. The magma below was like a tsunami that directly soared up and surged toward the black Qilin. The vast and majestic magma converged and formed an extremely dense magma ball in front of the black Qilin. It was not an ordinary mystical flame. The temperature of this magma ball was enough to evaporate any kind of flesh and blood into nothingness in an instant. Not even ashes would be left behind. Subsequently, the black Qilin raised its head and spat out a mouthful of magma. The magma ball in front of it shot out explosively like a terrifying cannonball toward the leading young man, facing such an extremely destructive attack. The young man had a calm expression on his face. Then, with a swoosh sound, he drifted away. His entire body was surrounded by flowing lights, and he turned into a blade that slashed vertically like a shooting star. Whoosh! The sharp sound caused the space to tremble. The young man actually directly shuttled through the magma ball. At the same time, the extremely dense magma ball was instantly split into two. It was so direct that there was no sparks or rain of fire. It was very clean. The two halves of the magma ball flew out from the left and right respectively. The young man was like a sharp arrow that pierced through the clouds. In an instant, he arrived in front of the black Qilin. The latter raised its sharp claws, and a huge claw tore at the young man. Bang! With a heavy muffled sound, the two collided, bursting out a series of sparks and rain of fire. A powerful wave of air swept out, and the surrounding rock walls instantly cracked. Rocks of all sizes rolled down and fell into the magma, turning into a string of bubbles. Roar! The violent collision caused the black Qilin to retreat more than 10 meters, while the young man was unharmed. Ha! As expected of senior brother Pei. The young man named Yang Ao praised. At the same time, Yang Ao put his palms together, and a powerful aura gushed out from his body. 5 light pillars of different colors suddenly appeared in the sky out of nowhere. 5 elements seal. Buzz! The shocking energy waves caused the entire underground world to tremble faintly. The 5 light pillars represented gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. 5 different extraordinary powers. The 5 dazzling light pillars soared into the sky like divine rainbows, like a fence, firmly trapping the black Qilin in the middle. The light pillars intertwined, connecting from head to tail. Trapped within, the black Qilin struggled with all its might. An endless stream of flames burst out from its body, and a deafening roar resounded through the entire underground cave. The violent and ruthless aura formed a violent shock wave that swept out in all directions. The cracked rocks above continued to roll down, and the magma below churned like a tsunami. The rolling heat wave turned the entire cave into an incomparably terrifying place of death. Lu Liao! The young man named Pei Yi shouted in a deep voice. The pattern caster understood tacitly and nodded. Understood, senior brother Pei. After saying that, a vast and majestic Reiki energy was released from his Naiwan palace like a surging torrent. The rich Reiki energy intertwined between his arms and immediately evolved into a series of gorgeous and complicated runes. The beautiful runes intertwined and lingered, as bright as spirit butterflies and as bright as stars. Whoosh! After a series of rapid whistling sounds, a dazzling light flashed by, and Lu Liao's figure split into 4. The original body and the 3 clones stood at the 4 corners of the black Qilin like a phantom. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. The 4 Luliaos all had their palms facing forward, releasing an extremely powerful Reiki energy. Great Seal Array, Heavenly Water Curtain, whoosh! In an instant, layers of water, curtain-like runes spread out from the palms of the 4 Luliaos. Like spreading ice crystals, they appeared to be in a vertical, three-dimensional shape. The 4 sides were connected, and the top and bottom were sealed. In the blink of an eye, a huge sealed cube of water curtain trapped the black Qilin in all directions. 5-star seal, Heavenly Water Curtain. Under the suppression of the 2 seals, the aura released by the black Qilin was constantly weakened. The black Qilin was firmly stuck in the middle of the 5 light pillars, letting out all kinds of angry roars. And at this moment, the man called Pei Yi moved, directly passing through one of the water curtains and stepping into the cube of water curtain. Roar! Seeing the human man enter, the black Qilin was extremely furious. The black flames burning all over its body rose wantonly, and the extremely violent power rapidly increased. Crack! The 5 light pillars that trapped it all let out a crisp cracking sound, and dense cracks spread out. This evil creature, Yang Ao, frowned, and a cold expression appeared on his face. It's been dead for so long, but it's still so difficult to deal with, the pattern caster Lu Liao faintly smiled. It's fine. With senior brother Pei Yi here, there's nothing to worry about. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Yi had already rushed in front of the black Qilin, his deep eyes surging with a frightening cold light. Ha! A deathbed struggle! Immediately after, Pei Yi raised a single palm, and along with a vast and majestic aura, the cube of water curtain was immediately filled with a violent force that was like a violent storm under the black Qilin's body. A peerless vortex of energy suddenly appeared. Like a prehistoric python opening its bloody mouth, the constantly expanding vortex of energy slowly enveloped the black Qilin's body. It was as if it was about to fall into an endless swamp, and the struggle before disappearing was especially intense. Its 4 hooves kicked wildly, its scales stood on end, and black flames that soared into the sky continuously erupted. The 5 pillars of light surrounding the black Qilin suddenly exploded into thousands of pieces, along with the distorted space, and a few overlapping explosions rang out as the 5 pillars of light surrounding the black Qilin exploded into thousands of pieces. Outside the heavenly water curtain, Yang Ao's and Lu Liao's expressions changed. However, Pei Yi, who was inside the seal talisman formation, had a calm expression. After breaking through the seal of the 5 elements, the black Qilin's aura once again soared. Rolling black flames swept out in all directions, instantly filling more than half of the cube of water curtain. However, just as the black Qilin was about to break free, a pair of giant claws suddenly reached out from the vortex of energy. The sharp claws were like curved hooks, and they were covered with large, tightly packed scales. At a glance, the shape of the pair of giant claws was actually quite similar to the black Qilin's front claws. Without any hesitation, the sharp hooked claws were firmly embedded into the black Qilin's body, and then directly dragged it into the vortex. Roar! The roar sounded a little weak. It was more like a howl of unwillingness. The black Qilin's body rapidly became illusory, and then, as if it had fallen into a swamp, it disappeared into the water curtain along with a string of flames. Seeing this, Lu Liao and Yang Ao looked at each other, their eyes surging with respect. Bang! A powerful aura swept out, and the cube of water curtain instantly exploded in the air. The chaotic and powerful aura caused the entire lava underground to shake violently. Stone walls continuously cracked, and stone pillars collapsed. Congratulations, Senior Brother Pei, for obtaining the Qilin's demonic soul. Yang Ao stepped forward and said, with this black Qilin's demonic soul, Senior Brother's bloodline boundary will definitely rise to another level. You're right. Lu Liao immediately dissolved 3 of his clones, and then said, however, I'm afraid this place is going to collapse. Let's leave this place first. Yang Ao nodded. expressing his agreement. However, Pei Yi did not have any intention of leaving immediately. He calmly turned his body sideways and looked in a certain direction. There were a few stone pillars erected there. Chapter 11:02. You've been hiding for so long, do you think I don't know? The man called Pei Yi turned to look at the stone pillars in front of him with a hint of disdain in his indifferent tone. Yang Ao and Lu Liao's eyes turned cold as a biting cold intent surged between their brows. The former shouted, "Who is it? Show yourself." Rumble. The violent tremors continued as a steady stream of rocks fell from above and rolled into the magma below. The incomparably high temperature caused the space to distort, and the entire karst cave world was on the verge of collapsing. Chu Hen, who was hiding in the dark, secretly shook his head, after confirming that there was no one around. His figure flashed out from behind the stone pillars. Who are you?" Sneaking around. Yang Ao looked coldly at Chu Hen. Chu Hen raised his hands and replied in a gentle tone, "Everyone, I didn't mean to pry. I'm here to look for someone. Look for someone? Haha, looking for someone in the Qilin cave. What a good excuse." "It's not an excuse, it's the truth." Looking at the increasingly chaotic underground karst cave and the magma splashing, Chu Hen did not plan to stay here any longer. He cupped his fists and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." With that, Chu Hen turned to leave. "Wait." But in the next second, he was stopped by Pei Ye's indifferent voice. He looked at Chu Hen and said, "Did I say you can leave?" Chu Hen frowned. Wasn't this person being too suspicious? He didn't even know the three of them, so why bother? "Is there anything else?" Pei Ye's lips curled into a faint sneer. "Since you're here, don't leave." "What?" As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Yi impressively released a powerful energy fluctuation. Then he clasped his 5 fingers together. Rumble. With a violent vibration, the magma below suddenly exploded. 5 pillars of magma were like rising fire pythons, gathering towards the sky above Chu Hen with the power of circulation. The speed was so fast that Chu Hen was caught unprepared. 5 streams of magma flowed rapidly around Chu Hen like a revolving lantern, while the top of the streams converged and formed an extremely dense fireball in an instant. Before Chu Hen could react, the lava ball above his head smashed down like a meteorite. A huge pressure came crashing down on him. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and a violent dark blue electric light interweaved with each other from his body. However, just as Chu Hen was about to condense lightning into a blade, the falling magma fireball suddenly exploded in the air above his head. Bang! Like an exploding sun, a heavy shockwave swept out. It was as if a ferocious beast was roaring in the middle of a blooming flame petal and pouncing over Kirin. Chu Hen's pupils faintly trembled, and the fierce flame Qilin was reflected in his pupils that flickered with lightning. Bang! The menacing flame Qilin directly smashed through the interweaved lightning pillar in front of Chu Hen, and then a heavy and terrifying force crushed down, hitting right in front of Chu Hen. Bang! Thunder and fire mixed, and a rain of sparks flew. The violent force was comparable to the attack of a mountain. Chu Hen's body trembled, and then he was directly hit down, smashing heavily into the magma below. Bang! Waves of fire stacked up and burst out randomly, and Chu Hen was instantly submerged in the rolling hot magma. Behind Pei Yi, Yang Ao and Lu Liao looked at each other and couldn't help but sneer. The former glanced down indifferently and said calmly without the slightest fluctuation of emotion, "Let's go." Then the 3 of them dashed toward the entrance of the cave on the side. Rocks of all sizes tumbled down, and the stone pillars supporting the cavern also collapsed and caved in. In the next second after the 3 of them left, bang! A heat wave soared into the sky, and flames danced in the air. A fierce figure wrapped in purple flames instantly flew out of the magma. Chu Hen's figure cut a sorry figure. The punishment armor on his body emitted a flickering light. The battle armor had been melted by the high temperature to the point where it was warped quite a bit. Many of the runes on it were extremely blurry, looking at the direction where the three of them disappeared. Chu Hen's face revealed a trace of coldness. He let out a deep breath and then turned into a ray of light, flying in the direction where he came from. Rumble! A series of flaming mountains collapsed, and red magma was continuously exposed to the outside world. Long, Xuan, Yi Yao, and the others who were waiting anxiously could not stand still, and all of them had nervous expressions on their faces. "I'm so anxious. Why hasn't Big Brother Chu Hen come out yet?" Yi Yao's little face was tense, and she kept pacing back and forth on the spot. The Qilin cave in front of them collapsed one after another, and the center caved in, forming a huge magma pit that was expanding rapidly. The surrounding temperature continued to rise, and thick smoke covered the sky, rising like clouds. "I'll go take a look." Long Xuan's red lips opened slightly, and a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. "No." Han Ichuan quickly stopped her. "The temperature in the center of the magma is extremely terrifying, and I'm afraid even the sacred armor can't withstand it. I have the ice bloodline limit, and I can withstand it for a while." Long Xuan insisted on going, and ignored Han Ichuan's dissuasion. "Big sister Xuan, I'll go too," Yi Yao said anxiously. "Meow." At this moment, Yin Beast Noni, who was squatting by their feet, suddenly stood up and let out a soft meow. Then, the sound of wind breaking could be heard rushing toward them. Everyone's heart lit up. "He's back," Shifengzi said. "Big Brother Chu Hen." Yi Yao also shouted happily. Swoosh! A thick and hot cyclone rushed towards them, and Chu Hen landed in front of them. Looking at Chu Hen's gloomy face, everyone immediately stopped smiling. "What's wrong? What happened?" Long Xuan asked softly. Chu Hen shook his head slightly. "Nothing. I met a few unreasonable guys." "Oh? Who are they?" Han Ichuan asked. "I don't know them, but their cultivation is very strong." Chu Hen looked a little cold, and at the same time he looked elsewhere, trying to find traces of the three people. They couldn't help but be shocked, and it was obvious that Chu Hen had suffered a lot. Shifengzi said, "It's good that you came back safely." The others also nodded in admiration. "Senior Shifeng is right. It's good that you are safe." Long Xuan paused slightly and then asked, "How is it? Did you find the clues you wanted?" This was also the question that the others were concerned about. However, Chu Hen shook his head blankly. No, Meng Chang shouldn't have appeared in such a place. He was a little disappointed, but it seemed reasonable. Shifengzi shook his head. "No news is good news. Let's go back first." When they returned to Hidden Sky City, it was already close to evening. The sunset dyed half the sky red, and coupled with the turbulence around the Qilin cave, the distant sky looked a little hazy and dreamy. Following the others into the manor, Chu Hen only felt an indescribable fatigue. Hope seemed to be getting slimmer. In the vast world where was Luo Mengchang, looking at the silent Chu Hen, everyone felt helpless and did not know what to do. In the end, it was Shifengzi who broke the calm atmosphere. "I will look for the city lord tomorrow to see if there are any other strange places in the surrounding area other than the Qilin cave." Long Xuan raised her head slightly, looked at Chu Hen, and said, "Don't forget about Senior Guyu. Maybe he is in the desolate, sword ancient land." Chu Hen smiled slightly. "Don't worry. I won't give up so easily. We have been busy for the whole day. Everyone should go and rest." After he finished speaking, Chu Hen gave some simple instructions and left the front courtyard on his own. Night. Sleepless. Gazebo bench. Pond moonlight. Chu Hen leaned against the railing, holding a wine pot in his hand. The mellow wine flowed down his throat, and it was especially hot. Chu Hen did not drink much, and some people liked to talk a lot when they were drunk, while others would think a lot, flowers will bloom again, People will meet again. Don't forget yourself." These were the last words that Luo Mengshang said to him. He could only watch helplessly as she was sucked into the space-devouring hole. Every frown, every smile, that dreamy and refined face, kept appearing in Chu Hen's mind. The flowers on the street bloomed and slowly returned. Endless thoughts for her. The wine pot was lying on the ground, and Chu Hen was lying on the bench, his arms behind his head, his eyes slowly closed, and he murmured softly, "The flowers on the roadside are all blooming, and you, where are you?" At the back of the gazebo, a beautiful figure with a cold temperament quietly looked at the slightly drunk young man. Long Xuan pursed her red lips, holding an outer garment in her hands, and her eyes slightly rippled, but she did not know whether she should go forward or not. Late at night, there was a light murmur of water in the quiet pond. In this quiet night, there was suddenly a sweet and light flute sound. It was like cotton, like the autumn wind, cool with a trace of melancholy, straight into a dream. The half-asleep Chu Hen slowly opened his eyes, trying to catch the illusory flute sound. Slowly, the sound became clearer, as if it was lingering in his ears. Chu Hen subconsciously looked to the side, only to see in front of the gazebo, at the end of the long corridor, beside the small pond, a figure in a black robe quietly came into view. Chapter 11:03. The melodious sound of the flute disturbed one's dreams. Half asleep and half awake, Chu Hen slowly opened his eyes, and his blurry vision became clear. At the front of the pavilion, at the end of the corridor, beside the lotus pond, a figure dressed in black quietly entered his sight. When he saw that person, Chu Hen's pupils suddenly trembled. "Senior Guyu?" He suddenly flipped himself up from the bench, and with 2 steps he crossed more than 10 meters, instantly arriving beside that figure. The sound of the flute stopped abruptly, and Long Xuan, who was standing behind him, was also stunned. Then he quickly walked forward as well. "Senior Guyu, it's really you." The familiar aura was still as indifferent as before, and the side of his face, which was shrouded in black, had a dreamy whiteness under the moonlight. Chu Hen's gaze was a little anxious. Guyu turned around, holding a jade flute in his hand, and remained silent. Chu Hen frowned slightly, and looking at the person who was alone, the anxiety in his eyes gradually turned into loneliness. "I still haven't found Mengchang." His deep voice was a little dry and hoarse. Even from the immortal and devil tomb to the Qilin cave today, Chu Hen could be said to have escaped from death. But compared to finding Luo Mengchang, these were not worth mentioning. The bright moonlight shone on Chu Hen's body, and his profile was as deep as a stone statue. Looking at this young man in his 20s, Guyu nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "I've already found her. Rumble!" His heart, which had fallen into a swamp, immediately set off a monstrous wave. The dark night sky seemed to have a bright and beautiful meteor streaking across. Chu Hen's eyes revealed a bright light. "Really? Senior, you're not lying to me?" Long Xuan immediately walked to the side of the two, and her phoenix eyes revealed a look of anticipation. "It's true," Guyu said confidently. "Then where is she? Why didn't he come with you?" Chu Hen's emotions were very agitated. Even his hands were trembling. His gaze swept the surroundings, trying to find the figure that haunted his dreams. "It's not that I don't want to come, but that I can't come." "Why?" Chu Hen clenched his fists, and his expression became anxious again. What happened to Meng Chang? Or was he injured? "Senior, where is she?" Looking at the agitated Chu Hen, Long Xuan tried to calm him down. "Don't be anxious. Let Senior finish." Chu Hen let out a deep breath, doing his best to pacify the fluctuations in his heart. After pausing for a moment, Guyu quietly explained, "You can rest assured her body and mind are as good as before. However, due to the long period of time spent in the space-devouring cave, it caused a lot of external energy to fuse into her true essence, Violet Palace. There are good and bad energies, but there are very few negative impurities. What about the consequences? What will happen? Chu Hen asked in a deep voice. The consequences are that it will affect the original process of strengthening her bloodline. Back in the Saint Star dynasty, Chu Hen already knew that Luo Mengchang had a powerful bloodline called the Nine Nether Saint Body. Guyu's appearance was also because Luo Mingchang's bloodline power was not stable enough. If it affected the bloodline limit, then this matter was definitely not to be underestimated. The process that I set for her previously can no longer be used. I have to perfect a new plan before she can't control the many energies in her body. Although Guyu's words were very subtle, Chu Hen and Long Xuanxuang could still hear the urgency in his voice. It was hard to imagine what had happened to Luo Mengchang. I'll go with you, Chu Hen said decisively. However, Guyu replied calmly, you know I won't bring you along. Why? I have my own things to do, and you also have your own path to walk. To be honest, if it wasn't for Mengchang, I wouldn't be willing to come here to see you. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. Chu Hen didn't know how to answer. At the same time, Shifeng Zi, Yi Yao, Han Chuan, and Qiao Shaoan also arrived outside the pavilion when the two of them were talking. They looked at each other and felt comforted. Although they didn't see Luo Mengchang, at least they knew that she was safe. After a moment of silence, Chu Hen's emotions also calmed down. He looked at Guyu, who was shrouded in black, and said with a deep gaze, "Can I see her?" Everyone's eyes fell on Guyu. The latter hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Then Guyu turned sideways and raised one hand. Buzz! In an instant, a strange wave of energy surged out of his body. With a flash of white light, a scroll that emitted an ancient aura quietly fell into her palm. Then, with a wave of her hand, the scroll opened up. The airflow in the air accelerated rapidly, and a series of complicated runes and spells covered the scroll. That is, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they all revealed a look of surprise. Looking at the ancient runes and numbers drawn on the scroll, even Shifeng Zi couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Even though he had reached the level of a grandmaster, he couldn't understand where those runes came from then. Guyu clapped her palms together, and powerful true essence energy immediately spread out. At the same time, a dazzling rune spread out along the scroll in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a gorgeous rune formation formed in the sky above the pavilion. The rune formation flowed, and fluorescent light overflowed. The rune formation in the heart of the formation was like an open trigram door, and locks pulled open one after another, releasing dazzling light patterns. Buzz, buzz! Accompanied by a heavy airwave, the center of the rune formation showed a rotating and distorted state. The space slowly shattered like a small wormhole. She is not in a conscious state. You only have half an hour, Guyu warned. Chu Hen nodded solemnly. Thank you. Then his body moved, turning into a beam of white light, and jumped into the distorted vortex. Hua! The dazzling brilliance was fleeting, as if he had passed through a door in the night. Chu Hen steadily landed on the ground, and in front of him was an ancient Tao platform. The environment was hazy, revealing a trace of darkness. The stars in the sky were vast, and the universe was endless. It was like an independent space suspended among the stars of the 9 heavens. The 4 sides of the Tao platform were stairs, and in the middle stood 9 stone pillars. Every stone pillar was tens of meters tall, and the pillars were painted with many ancient patterns that flickered with a dark luster. Between the stone pillars there was a thick iron chain, and a dense soft light lingered on the iron chain, like a powerful ancient seal. Chapter 1104. The misty soft light was like a star shining on the world. The 9 stone pillars were connected by iron chains, swaying with dark ancient patterns. This was a strange platform that seemed to be suspended in the vast starry sky. There was nothing in all directions, just like chaos. When Chu Hen saw the dreamlike and illusionary slender figure sitting quietly in the middle of the Tao platform, His heart and his eyes could not help but tremble. The flowers on the street were blooming, slowly returning. During this period of time, how many times had he passed by the beautiful scenery along the way, but it was not even 1,000th of the beauty in front of him. Chu Hen smiled, but his eyes were involuntarily wet. He gently stepped forward and walked toward the stone platform in the center. On the stone platform, the figure that haunted people's dreams touched their hearts. Luo Mengchang sat quietly in the center of the platform with her eyes closed. Her breath was even, her white dress was like snow, and her beautiful long hair was draped over her back. She was so serene that people could not bear to disturb her. Under her was a strange array. The lines of the array shone with a spiritual light. The talisman formation was connected to the 9 stone pillars on the Tao platform, forming a kind of complicated restriction that was similar to a seal. Very quickly, Chu Hen walked onto the platform and stepped into the talisman formation. Buzz! A faint light pattern swept out from beneath Chu Hen's feet. At the same time, the 9 pillars of light in the surroundings glowed with a bright and beautiful color. In an instant, strand after strand of light converged towards Luo Mengchang, rapidly forming a layer of faintly discernible feather cloak around her body. Chu Hen carefully squatted down in front of Luo Mengchang, kneeling in front of her, looking at that delicate, flawless, and beautiful face. After countless times of imagining meeting again, the other party finally came. Chu Hen's body faintly trembled, and his eyes were already red. That day, she was like a butterfly that protected him, slowly disappearing in front of him. She was willing to sacrifice her life for him. For her, he turned into a demon and buried the lives of millions of people. One without resentment, one without regret. Feeling Luo Mingchang's familiar aura, Chu Hen pursed his lips and smiled, while 2 lines of tears quietly flowed down his cheeks. He gazed at her beautiful face, his eyes filled with tenderness as he murmured softly, "Mengchang, I missed you so much." Even if there were as many words as the sea in his heart, perhaps there were as many thoughts as the stars in the sky in his mind, it couldn't compare to those 4 simple words. Chu Hen slowly lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry. Why did you say I'm sorry?" The soft voice was like a butterfly invading a dream, tugging at every heartstring. Chu Hen's heart was startled, and he suddenly raised his head. His trembling pupils reflected a pair of eyes that were as lovely and moving as autumn water. Astonishment, accident, and a pleasant surprise that caught him off guard. Chu Hen's face was full of disbelief. The corners of Luo Mengchang's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. She gently held Chu Hen's cheeks with both hands, her beautiful eyebrows filled with gentleness. "It's strange, isn't it? I'm also very strange. I always wanted to sleep before, but why am I not sleepy this time?" Her gentle words were like a veil brushing against his ear, touching his heart. Looking at the beautiful smile that was so close to him, Chu Hen already felt that everything he had done before was not worth mentioning. "I'm sorry." Chu Hen still repeated the same sentence. Luo Mengchang shook her head gently. She held Chu Hen's cheek with one hand and gently brushed his hair with the other. "It's okay, no matter what you did wrong, I won't blame you." After saying that, Luo Mengchang leaned her forehead against Chu Hen's forehead, her eyes glowing with a faint soft light. "I'm sorry that we have to say goodbye after just meeting. Flowers bloom on the road. Wait for my return. Next time, it's my turn to look for you." Her voice was as soft as water, as clear as a dream. Luo Mingchang's red lips softly kissed Chu Hen's lips. Immediately after, the talisman array below her released a dazzling light. The runes on the 9 stone pillars emitted a strong rhythm, and countless strange optical fibers interweaved to form a light. Surrounding Luo Mengchang's body, she closed her eyes again and fell into a deep sleep. Chu Hen maintained his kneeling position without moving, then nodded deeply. "I'll wait for your return." Night. It had yet to fade. At this moment, Chu Hen's heart had already calmed down. Because of Guyu's arrival, the others also completely relaxed. "Senior, when are you leaving?" Chu Hen asked. "I'll leave at daybreak," Guyu replied. Everyone was not surprised. Although they did not have much contact with Guyu, they could basically confirm that he was a person who liked to be alone. Chu Hen nodded, looking like he wanted to say something, but was hesitant. Guyu turned slightly, but said to Shifengzi, Hani Chuan, and the others, "I have something to say to him." Everyone was startled, then immediately understood and turned to leave. Soon, only Chu Hen and Guyu were left in the pavilion. The second half of the night was exceptionally quiet. Even the sound of insects could not be heard. Seeing that Guyu did not speak for a long time, Chu Hen asked, "Senior, don't you have something to say to me?" However, Guyu faintly replied, "I should be the one asking you that question." Chu Hen was stunned at first, then reacted. The other party saw that he had something to ask, but it was not convenient for him to say it, so he took the initiative to dissuade the others. While marveling at the other party's attentiveness, he was also grateful. After a short moment of hesitation, Chu Hen's expression gradually became solemn. He stared at Guyu cautiously and said in an incomparably deep tone, "Senior, do you know my background?" Guyu raised her head slightly and could not help but feel a little surprised. She was very surprised that Chu Hen would actually ask such a question. "Why are you asking me this?" "I feel that you might know." Chu Hen slightly frowned. "Oh, Meng Shang is too similar to me. We were both adopted since we were young, and we both have the bloodline limit of the saint body. Moreover, we both have a mysterious person by our side." Chu Hen enunciated each and every word with great emphasis. The mysterious person he was talking about was naturally the person who had the same eyes as him, Li Wushang. Along the way, from the Saint Star Empire to the Midlands, Qinqing province, the question that was hidden in Chu Hen's heart became increasingly clear. If he was merely an abandoned baby picked up by Long Zhan's family, he really could not convince himself. "If that's the case, then you should ask that mysterious person, not me," Guyu replied indifferently. Chu Hen shook his head. "I can't find him, or rather, he doesn't want me to find him. So, I want to ask you if you know anything about me." "I can't help you." Guyu's answer was unusually straightforward. "Moreover, I don't know the mysterious person you're talking about." "I know." Chu Hen's eyes were instantly filled with loneliness. This feeling of not knowing anything was really unpleasant. He could not tell everyone on the street that he had the bloodline limit of the demon pupil saint body. Other than the clue of Li Wushang, there seemed to be no other clues. At this moment, Guyu suddenly said, "Chapter 1105. If you really have no other way, then go to the martial sect." Guyu said in an indifferent tone, "Martial sect?" Chu Hen could not help but be startled as he looked at her in surprise. "What is that place?" "A large sect with thousands of years of heritage." "A large sect?" Chu Hen raised his brows and asked with a hint of expectation, "Is this sect related to me?" However, Guyu shook her head and denied it. She tilted her head and looked at the moon as a few strands of her beautiful long hair slid down her neck. Guyu said the martial sect has a treasure called the Time Will. Time Will? Chu Hen muttered softly with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "The Time Will can make the past reappear. If you can borrow the Time Will, you can trace back to the past and see what happened in the past." "Really?" Chu Hen was surprised and could not help but clench his fists. "There's such a magical treasure in this world." "The 3,000 worlds are full of wonders. Your horizons still need to be broadened." Guyu said indifferently, "Senior is right. This is the first time I've heard of a treasure that can make people trace back to the past. I can't help but be a little excited." Looking at Chu Hen's loss of composure, Guyu sighed softly. She muttered, "If possible, I hope that the Time Will can erase the past." Some people were depressed because they knew nothing about the past. But some people were sad and happy because their memories were too deep. The whirlpool of fate was silent. The people standing on the shore were unguarded and pulled into it. It was like a bright meteor streaking across the dark night sky. Dawn chased away the curtain of night, and the eastern sky quietly lit up. Chu Hen said with a determined gaze, "I've decided I want to go to the martial sect. Then I wish you good luck." The morning star flickered with light. Morning was coming, which also meant that Guyu was about to leave. Chu Hen's eyes were filled with reluctance for Luo Mengchong. They just met, and they had to say goodbye again. But at least Guyu was by his side this time. "Senior, I'll leave Mengchong to you," Chu Hen said in a deep voice. Guyu remained silent and walked through the corridor, gradually disappearing into the darkness of dawn. In the quiet pavilion, the corner of Chu Hen's mouth raised into an arc. At this moment his heart, which had been stretched taut for so long, could finally relax. "Wu Zong." Chu Hen's eyes flashed with sharpness. "What? You want to go to the martial sect? What is that place? Big brother Chu Hen, aren't we going back to the East Continent?" In the lobby, everyone was surprised and puzzled by what Chu Hen had just mentioned. Chu Hen smiled at Yi Yao and said, "I won't go back to the East Continent for the time being. After all, Mufeng and Haozi are still in the demon region." Then he looked at Xiao Shaowan and continued, "I will help you find the ancestral butterfly clan first, then go to the martial organization." Ancestral butterfly clan? What the hell is this? Shi Fengzi's head was filled with question marks. Long Xuanchuang's face was filled with confusion. Yi Yao hurriedly explained, "You guys don't know yet, right? Shaowan is actually an ancestral butterfly. She's not a human." Yi Yao and Xiao Shaowan were very close. When they were on the flowing cloud golden boat, the two girls often huddled in the same room and chatted. At that time, Xiao Shaowan had told Yi Yao the secret that she was not a human. As Xiao Shaowan's best friend, she had told Yi Yao that the fox of Green Hill, Jun Jianga, had called her an ancestral butterfly the night before. Therefore, only Shi Fengzi and Long Xuanchuang did not know each other's true identity. Ancestral butterfly? Interesting. Shi Fengzi shook his head and smiled. Then he squinted his old eyes and stared at Han Yichuan. The latter felt goosebumps all over his body and could not help but reply, "Why are you looking at me? I'm a real human." Everyone smiled. Long Xuanchuang then asked, "The martial organization should be a big sect, right?" Chu Hen shook his head. "So far, I know nothing about the martial organization, but I must go." "Ha ha ha ha! Who's going to the martial organization?" At this moment, a hearty laughter suddenly came from the front gate. At the same time, there was a series of steady footsteps. Everyone was stunned. Shi Fengzi then said, "It's the city lord." After that, Shi Fengzi took the lead to go out to welcome him. Chu Hen and the others followed closely behind. Then they saw an extraordinary, noble, middle-aged man in a gorgeous robe step through the door. The man's facial features were square, and his eyebrows revealed a righteous aura. Even his steps gave people a feeling of majesty. Behind him followed a few attendants, all of whom had sharp eyes and steady footsteps. This person was none other than the city lord of Hidden Sky City, Zhao Xuanqiong. "Haha, welcome, brother Zhao. I hope you don't blame me for not going out to welcome you." Shi Fengzi cupped his fists, and his voice was equally loud. Zhao Xuanqiong smiled. "Brother Shifeng, you're too polite. There's no need to be so polite between us. I wonder if you're used to living here? Do you need me to move you to a bigger residence? If you're not used to it, I'm afraid you'll have to live in Brother Zhao's city, Lord Mansion. If that's the case, it'll be even better. It'll be much more convenient for me to ask Brother Shifeng about runes, ha ha ha." It could be seen that City Lord Zhao Xuanqiong was very polite to Shi Fengzi. However, this politeness was not due to etiquette, but a kind of easygoing atmosphere. "Hey, a few more young friends have come." Zhao Xuanqiong looked at Chu Hen and the others behind Shi Fengzi. He had seen Yi Yao and Long Xuanchuang before, but it was the first time he saw Chu Hen, Han Yichuan and Xiao Shaoan. Shifeng Zi smiled. Haha, this old man only likes to deal with young people, so that I won't be as lifeless as those old fellows who are about to die. At the same time, Chu Hen and the others also cupped their fists and bowed. Junior Chu Hen greets the city lord. Haha, good. Zhao Xuanqiong waved his hand and looked at Chu Hen with approval. You were the one who said you wanted to enter the martial ancestor realm, right? That's me. TCH. With that little strength, you still want to enter the martial ancestor realm. A disdainful voice quietly sounded from behind Zhao Xuanqiong. Everyone was taken aback. Zhao Xuanqiong hurriedly smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, my daughter has been spoiled since she was young, always blabbering. Then he turned and said in a low voice, Qingyi Qingkai, come up and greet Senior Shifeng. Under the gaze of the crowd, a well-built and handsome young man and a beautiful young girl with a reluctant face walked up from behind. Junior Zhao Qingyi greets Elder West Wind and friends. The man was tall and slender, his eyes modest and courteous, quite similar to his father, Zhao Xuanqiong's character. Zhao Qingkai, on the other hand, pouted her lips and unhappily rolled her eyes at Chu Hen. Then she only bowed to Shifeng Zi. Junior Zhao Qingkai greets Senior Shifeng. Haha, very good, very good. Shifeng Zi nodded approvingly. Brother Zhao is really lucky. A pair of sons and daughters are better than dragons and phoenixes. These two children's cultivation must have reached the ancient eternal stage. Ancient eternal stage? Behind Shifeng Zi, Han Yichuan, Yao, and the rest were all secretly amazed. No wonder Zhao Qingkai looked down on them. He did have the qualifications to do so. Zhao Xuanqiong smiled and nodded, his eyes filled with pride. Oh, right. I wonder why Brother Zhao has come personally? Shifeng Zi inquired. Haha, I'm just passing by here, so I came to see Brother Shifeng. Passing by? Shifeng Zi was taken aback, then looked at the other party's attire and asked subconsciously, could it be that Brother Zhao is leaving the city? That's right, Zhao Xuanqiong affirmed, then looked at Chu Hen, martial ancestor. Everyone was stunned. Martial ancestor was mentioned again. Chu Hen revealed a puzzled expression. Chapter 1106. What a coincidence! I was just about to send my son and daughter to participate in the martial ancestor disciple entrance examination, the mayor of Hidden Sky City, Zhao Xuanqiong said with a gentle smile. What? As soon as he said this, Chu Hen, Shifeng Zi, and the others were all surprised. Zhao Qingkai, who was behind Zhao Xuanqiong, hurriedly exclaimed, Dad, who said we're going to the martial ancestor? I'm going to the Hanyin clan, or the Qi Shao Pavilion. I thought you two haven't decided yet. Zhao Xuanqiong said. But you can't make the decision for me and my brother, can you? Zhao Qingkai pouted in protest. Her cute face was also quite cute. So what if it's a martial ancestor? It's a top-grade martial institution with 5,000 or 6,000 years of history. Although it started later than the Hanyin clan and the Qi Shao Pavilion, it completely relied on itself to develop step by step. In the chaotic Midland, the martial ancestor was able to achieve what it had today, which was enough to prove that it was not an ordinary martial institution. If you two go there to cultivate, I'll be more at ease. But the competition in the martial ancestor is too fierce. What if I get bullied? Moreover, the elders of the Hanyin clan and the Qi Shao Pavilion are your good friends, my brother, and I will be treated better there. Zhao Qingkai still did not agree. Zhao Xuanqiong shook his head and sighed. Because of this, I decided to choose the martial ancestor. Only a difficult environment can create a truly powerful person. Of course, if you really don't want to, I won't force you. Although Zhao Xuanqiong was the mayor of a city, he did not want to force his children in front of him. Seeing this, as the elder brother, Zhao Qingyi took the lead. Father, I'm willing to go to the martial ancestor. Zhao Qingkai especially glared at her brother, muttering in her heart, We agreed to go together. Why did you change your mind so suddenly? Since her brother was going to the martial ancestor, Zhao Qingkai naturally would not go to the Hanyun clan or the Qi Shao pavilion alone. She also said, unwillingly, "Let's go then. I'm not afraid. I'm just afraid that some people can't even pass the examination and still talk big here." After saying that, Zhao Qingkai even gave Chu Hen a sidelong glance. In her opinion, Zhao Xuanqiong must have unintentionally heard Chu Hen say that he wanted to go to the martial sect, which was why he changed his mind midway. Although the truth had nothing to do with Chu Hen, Shi Fingzi looked up and said, "Brother Zhao, where is the entrance examination for those who are not Wu Zong's held?" This sentence was asked on behalf of Chu Hen. 3 days later, Flying Cloud City. Zhao Xuanqiong replied. Then he smiled and said, "If you have decided to go, I can bring you along. 3 days? So fast?" Chu Hen lightly wrinkled his brows, then asked, "City Lord, may I know when the test will end?" Zhao Xuanqiong was slightly surprised and asked, "Could it be that this little friend has something else to say?" "I think he's scared," Zhao Qingkai teased softly. Chu Hen nodded and looked at Qiao Shaowan, who was beside him. Her identity as the ancestral butterfly was almost confirmed. Chu Hen planned to help Qiao Shaowan find the nest of the ancestral butterfly clan first, then go to the martial sect. He didn't expect time to be so tight. This put Chu Hen in a difficult position. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Hen made up his mind and said, "Forget it, I'll wait for next time." Everyone was stunned. Such a good opportunity was right in front of him. But he actually gave it up? Qiao Shaowan naturally knew what Chu Hen was thinking. She said softly, "It's fine, you can take the examination first. I've waited for almost 20 years. I'm not in a hurry." However, Chu Hen shook his head firmly. Back in the immortal and devil tomb, Qiao Shaowan's state was very unstable. At that time, when she transformed into her original form, she almost killed Han Yichuan. According to the Green Hill Fox Monarch song, the ancestral butterfly was an ant when it was young and turned into a butterfly when it grew up. Only after going through metamorphosis could it become a real ancestral butterfly. If Qiao Shaowan's instability stemmed from the mutation of her metamorphosis, there might be all sorts of uncertain variables during this period. Although this was only Chu Hen's guess, if Qiao Shaowan lost control again, it would cause all sorts of trouble. Just as Chu Hen was about to give up, Shi Fingzi asked casually, "Brother Zhao, how is the martial sect examination conducted?" The few of them were stunned and looked at each other in shock. Zhao Xuanqiong nodded. "The way to carry out the mission. Can you be more specific?" "The format is very simple. You go to Flying Cloud City to collect the mission token. As long as you complete the mission within the stipulated time and report to the martial sect, you'll pass the examination. In other words, during the period of carrying out the mission, you can move around freely?" "Of course," Zhao Xuanqiong affirmed. With that, Shi Fingzi turned to Chu Hen. Chu Hen naturally understood what he meant. After collecting the mission token from the martial sect, he could send Qiao Shaowan back to the ancestral butterfly clan at the same time. This way, there would be no delay on either side. Huh. At this moment, Zhao Qingkai covered her mouth and laughed. "You guys are thinking too much. The martial sect examination is very difficult, and you want to save time to do other things? You must be joking." Zhao Qingyi immediately nudged him with her elbow. "Don't be so rude." The atmosphere on both sides was a little awkward. At this moment, Chu Hen looked at the city lord Zhao Xuanqiong with a resolute tone. "I beg the city lord to bring me to Flying Cloud City with you." No one was surprised that he changed his decision in an instant, except for Zhao Qingyi and Zhao Qingkai. The latter snorted softly and muttered to herself, "Humph, if you don't listen to me, I'll see how you embarrass yourself." Zhao Xuanqiong's brows carried a hint of praise as he pointed to the door. "Our cloud boat is parked outside the residence. If there's nothing else, let's go." Everyone nodded in agreement, without any hesitation. As the entourage of the city lord left the courtyard, The first thing that caught their eyes were a few majestic unicorn pegasi that exuded a pure and holy aura. Their bodies were as white as snow, without a single trace of impurity on their fur. Each unicorn pegasus was 7 to 8 meters tall and had a pair of wings on its back, giving off an elegant and noble feeling. Behind the unicorn pegasus was a luxurious boat. The boat had no roof and was completely open. There was a lot of space on it, and it could accommodate hundreds of people at once. 2 attendants of the city Lord walked to the inside of the boat, opened the side door, and lowered the stairs. Zhao Xuanqiong raised his hand toward Shifeng Zi. "Brother Shifeng, please! Brother Zhao, please!" Soon, Chu Hen's entourage followed the entourage of the city lord and boarded the cloud boat. Accompanied by a loud and beautiful neigh, a few unicorn pegasis hooves stirred up the wind, and they stepped on balls of green wind under their feet. With light footsteps, they gradually rose into the air and dragged the ship into the sky. At the same time, dazzling runes appeared on the body of the cloud boat. The runes intertwined and flickered as bright as stars. In the blink of an eye, a light barrier that was as thin as a veil enveloped the entire boat like a bubble. Even so, the cool air and wind were not completely blocked. The cool breeze seemed to pass through the hull. While feeling the refreshing air in the sky, they could also overlook the land of the city, which inevitably made them feel relaxed and happy. The citizens of Hidden Heaven City raised their heads to look. "That's the cloud boat of the city, Lord's mansion. It seems that the city lord has personally come out." Haha, that's right. The newcomer assessment of the various sects is about to begin. Young city lord and second miss will naturally enter the true martial arts holy lands to cultivate. They should be going to the Hanyun sect or the Chixiao pavilion. The martial sect probably won't go there. The waters there are too deep, which first-rate sect's waters aren't deep. Every sect's waters are deep, but I feel that the martial sect is too chaotic. On the cloud boat, it was like a gorgeous open-air tea house. The entourage of the city, Lord's mansion, guarded the corners of the boat with vigilance. They were like eagles in the sky, constantly on guard against any sudden situations. Compared to them, the others were much more relaxed. City Lord Zhao Xuanqiong and Shifeng Zi sat on top of the boat. The former would dip his index finger in tea from time to time and draw a few strange runes and numbers on the table. He would ask the other party questions. Father is asking someone to teach him the art of runes again. He obviously doesn't have the slightest bit of talent to be a rune master, but he's still so diligent. Zhao Qingkai and his sister were sitting together, and she said with disdain. Zhao Qingyi smiled. Father has been obsessed with the art of runes since he was young. Although he doesn't have much talent in this area, he can still make up for it with hard work. That's not called obsession, it's called obsession. Last time, he was full of confidence about raising the grade of the family's inherited divine equipment. In the end, it backfired and he destroyed the divine equipment. If grandfather knew about this, he would definitely jump out of his coffin in anger. Zhao Qingyi was a little speechless. Her sister's mouth was really a little poisonous. However, what she said was also the truth. Zhao Xuanqiong was indeed very obsessed with the art of runes. However, there weren't many outstanding rune masters in Hidden Sky City. It was even more impossible to find one that had the ability to touch upon the level of divine equipment. This time he was fortunate enough to meet Shifeng Zi, which made Zhao Xuanqiong extremely happy. In just a few short days, the two of them had become teachers and friends, and were quite amiable. Big brother Chu Hen, big sister Xuanchuang, and I have also decided to follow you to the martial sect. Yi Yao said seriously while caressing the head of the yin-yang beast, Noni. Chu Hen smiled faintly and nodded. Han Yichuan, who was at the side, was silent. He looked at Qiao Shaowan, who was not far away. Compared to the lively Qiao Shaowan in the past, she was getting quieter and quieter, intentionally or unintentionally. Everyone could sense traces of manic energy fluctuations coming from the other party's body. It was like an undercurrent brewing in the deep sea, becoming increasingly turbulent and restless. The sun and the moon rotated, and the stars alternated. The unicorn flying dragon shuttled through the void of the 9 heavens on a cloud boat, and the many beautiful mountains and rivers of the Qinqing province appeared one by one below. For cultivators, there wasn't much difference between 3 days and 6 hours. They traveled for 3 days, and in the morning, a majestic city built on the peak of a mountain range appeared in everyone's sight. It was like a city in the clouds. Cloud boats came from all directions, and they looked like eagles soaring in the sky. The imposing high-rise castles stood tall, like a multitude of peaks. Looking from afar, the flying cloud city was densely packed with people, and it was extraordinarily lively. Beams of fireworks bloomed in the sky, dazzling everyone. Many young figures with extraordinary auras gathered in the flying cloud city. Under the vigorous vitality, they showed off their sharpness.